power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
I'm everybody's type, but nobody gets it now. Yes, you know I get it, nothing I'm getting I'm getting free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경 꺼다 같이 free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경 꺼다 같이. Girl, 나는 bossy. I'ma be alright, yes, you know, 나는 가비야. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경 꺼다 같이.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is Nikhil Bansali, and joining me on the desk is Neeraj Necrosangle as we bring to you the upper bracket finals of the final qualifier. This is it. This is the last chance to get to the VCC main event. Necro, it's the Wildcard qualifier.
Exactly, the Wildcard Qualifier, baby. As you did mention, the last chance to actually make anything happen. The teams actually did lost in the finals and semifinals. Pretty much the regions that had two qualifiers, of course, including Pakistan, Afghanistan, and then India, they had two qualifiers for themselves. They moved over to the consolation finals, and then now, by winning those teams, they have came here in the Wildcard. And it's gonna be hell of a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's also because of the fact that the matchup we have today, we've seen in the previous qualifier, in qualifier 2, the semifinals was Enigma Gaming versus Team EXO, and that's the upper bracket finals again today, Enigma Gaming versus Team EXO. So I'm excited to see which region actually picks up this wildcard spot, because while we've got these two Indian teams in the winners bracket finals, we've also got a Pakistani team left. But enough about that. Let's talk about what's on the line, because you're on the horizon. You can see the main event, and that's where this $33,000 is up for grabs. One more correct step forward and you get a chance at that.
Exactly, as you did mention, one more step forward and you get a chance to that. And of course, there's a lot of things online. That means today, even in the wildcard, teams are going to be really scared. I mean, not gonna lie, there's going to be a lot of mental pressure on them, especially EXO and Enigma. I feel like these two teams are equally skilled. And even in the last time when we saw in the India qualifiers, two of them fight against each other in the semifinals, I mean, I gotta say it was pretty close. Yeah, even though it was a 2-0 by EXO, but still, I mean, gotta say it was really close. So I don't really know what to expect in wildcard, especially imagine all these strategies have been revealed in the India qualifier too. So imagine I'm expecting Enigma to be completely prepared in the wildcards.
Exactly. I think it's going to be crucial to see how that pre-match preparation is going to come in, because I expect that we're going to be seeing very different maps. I hope that we're going to be seeing very different maps, because Enigma does not want to run it back, especially on Haven. That's a map you want to try to avoid. But given EXO's strength on Ascent, I expect the Veto will be the exact same, where they'll just carry on. But as we were talking about, Necro, back to the initial discussion, which was this is your last chance. As you can see, VCC Playoffs is going to start off next week. So for all of these teams, it's not just about getting to that destination, but it's making sure your journey doesn't have too many bumps. You know, if your car gets to the destination, it's all broken in tatters, well, that's not going to be too great.
As you did mention, I mean, as long as you're getting there safe and sound, that's all that really matters. And I feel like the first, as you did mention, in the upper brackets, we already have EXO and Enigma. And as I did mention as well, it's going to be really close, but it's going to be so hard to actually explain, how it's going to be there. But one thing we can definitely explain, it's going to be the tournament explanation. So, of course, as I did mention, two qualifiers were there for the India region. Then you have also two qualifiers for Pakistan, Afghanistan. Then one was for Bangladesh, one was for Sri Lanka, Maldives. Then one was for Nepal, Bhutan. And currently we are at Wildcard right now. And after Wildcard, as you did mention, this was the last chance. So, after Wildcard, we're going to be moving off to the Grand Final Playoffs.
Yeah, but let's take a look at all the other teams watching the match with eager anticipation today to see who their final opponent is. It's Velocity Gaming, Salt Esports, Damru Gaming, Crash Landing on you, Exili Esports, global esports, and of course, how that exploits Storm. And for me, like in general, these teams are such an elite bunch. So to qualify to even be on that same stage as these teams, whichever team does end up winning between EXO, Enigma, and Arrow, they're gonna have to make sure they get themselves to that elite standard because it's the best of the best in the VCC playoffs.
Exactly. It's going to be the best of the best, and I can already feel the intensity in the game right now. I can already, even if it's starting, like before it's starting, I can already feel it because we do know the kind of personal, I would say, a little bit of personal rivalry going on between Rafuel and Ghost, and we're finally going to be seeing that getting unrevealed again. But hey, if you guys were wondering how the wildcard actually worked, it's right in front of you, lads. So in the start, you know, Max G did get kind of a bye, so they moved in forward against EXO. Then EXO actually completely demolished them. Then EXO completely moved in forward, and now Enigma is here as well. I mean, Enigma, now, they pretty much beat Arrow, so, of course, Enigma is also moving in the upper brackets final, and that's why the teams that actually who lost in the upper brackets, they moved down to the lower brackets.
There are a few results that really catch my attention, though. For example, the Legion beating Max D, which is showing that even the Nepali second seed has so much potential, beating the third seed coming in from Pakistan. So for me, that's a really good point because it gives us the idea of how we can maybe compare Damru Gaming when we get into the VCC playoffs with all these other teams. And even if you look at the round 3 in the low bracket, they lost 2-1 to Arrow. So you can see that there's a lot of potential, and tournaments like these, opportunities like these will really help refine their potential to get to a higher standard. We'll see how Damru is able to do. But today, it's all about India and Pakistan. And it's fitting given the days itself because right now it's going to be Enigma versus EXO to start us off. But the loser of this match, well, they're going to have a long day because they're going to be going on later to face Arrow in the lower bracket finals. But taking a look at the predictions, we've got a 2-1 all the way around except 2-0 fixes, but most of us believe EXO will take the cake, but Chad does not agree.
Yeah, Chad does not agree with that. Even the same thing happened last time as well, right? And then Chad just completely changed their colors. And they were like, all right, we're going to EXO now. So that might just happen anytime because Chad can change their opinions anytime soon. But it's not the same with us, right? We have to stick with the same we have been. Yep. So as I said, 2-1. CA said 2-1. A little bit of unique decision being made from the side of Fixes. So I would explain why it's 2-1, okay? As I did mention, they have fought against each other in the past, so Enigma pretty much does know how EXO works. On the other hand, though, now EXO has pretty much revealed their strategies in the qualifier too, so I'm expecting Enigma to actually learn from their mistakes and now come in even stronger. On the other hand, you also have a man like Ghost on the side of EXO. I don't really know how he's been performing up till now, but in the past when we saw him, he was quite shaky.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why the veto is so important, and perfectly it comes up. So the bans, just as we expected, the same as the previous best of 3 where we saw them in the India qualifier number 2. But this first pick I love for EXO. Split coming up, which means Ghost will play the KO. And I really like the KO on him, particularly against Enigma, because it removes the pressure of that Rafuel versus Ghost matchup in the Jet v Jet that we normally get to see. Instead, forces Rafuel to directly cater to Excali and frees up Ghost a lot. When he's not heavily focused on one particular avenue in the match, he can be much more free and much more relaxed in his gameplay and therefore pop off.
Exactly. Split, of course, we all do know it's a closed, congested map. And Excali, I'm expecting this lad to play Raze. Without a doubt, I mean, he has been kind of utilizing that Raze on the Split map, which is pretty much understandable. Raze is just so good when it comes to the map of Split, right? She has been pretty much shining on that map. But yeah, you know, enough of small talk, CA. It's time for a big boy. It's time for a big boy realization. What do you think? So which team's going to be taking it home?
I mean, I think it's EXO. In fact, the prediction sheet, I think I got a little bit messed up because I was going to say 2-0 EXO. I think it's going to be exactly how it went in the semifinals in Qualifier 2. And it's going to be EXO continuing the momentum. I think the veto perfectly actually gives me a strong argument to end my case because Split is such a, I would say it's such a one map where it goes one way always if you get the momentum going. And for EXO to already have a KO in Split, it's huge. Now, if Enigma have decided to leave it up, they have to have a plan for it. I just really don't want to see Sage Cage a double duelist from Enigma. I might start crying because that will just be cake for EXO. They're like, okay, this is free. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as you did mention, you don't really want to see a double duelist being, you know, pulled out from the side of Enigma, which is understandable, you know. When you do have double duelists, exactly. When you do have double duelists, you already are kind of revealing a massive your mindset, right? You wanna just put the pedal on the metal, but hey, Well, it seems like we're having double duelists from the side of EXO, though. That's for sure.
Oh, hold on though. Yeah, the compositions have changed. It is what I did not want from Enigma Gaming, but this is the big but. Ghost is actually playing the Jet, so all of that freedom talk, throw that out of the window right now, because Ghost is picking up the shackles. He wants to push forward and take his team along with him. We'll see if it actually happens, because what's really interesting to me is they play the Sky. So I wonder how this pans out. The Sky tells me that they actually want to play a lot slower than how that double duelist Breach composition that we get to see a lot on Split works, where the Breach is just like util entry. The Sky isn't exactly like that. You can play much more like the Sober as you do on other maps, where you have defaults. You use that earning guiding light to get information and control at the same time, but then you leave a presence and play for different parts of the map. On Split, where the two extremes in A main and B main are so important, and then mid caps it all off. If you have 2 out of 3 power points in A main, B main, and mid, you just instantly win the round.
Yeah, exactly. But already starting the day off on a good note here. I mean, double duel is being shown from the side of EXO. This is kind of a curveball being thrown. Even CA did not expect this. We hoped for a KO being pulled out from the side of EXO, but we didn't really see that happening. So I do want to see what kind of variety are they going to be bringing in the game. Raw Fuel, though, what seems like Raw Fuel's on fire already, but Wimp is going to be cooling down that fire not so far after. But instantly, you do have Ghost on the side trying to clear things up. Already the side has been cleared. The spike's being planted. 1 minute, 15 seconds left in the clock. And wow, just like Sky, you know, all the time she can just heal her teammates up, especially in pistol rounds. She's just so impactful. Look at Psydreams as well, stepping up for his team with that Killjoy, getting a kill for himself. Godvex is there in the back line, so he's going to be shutting down Psy. But I also do like the team coordination or team synchronization being shown from both these sides. Trades are happening back and forth, and it's a one-on-one situation now. But hey, guess who's back? It's going to be Godvex who strikes in huge and takes down Ghost.
Beautiful round picked up for Enigma Gaming. It started off quite disastrously because they gave a ton of space to EXO to set up the execute, and EXO did it brilliantly. I think we're going to get to see a tiny replay as well. So you can see the way EXO is set up right here. They're in a really good position. Their health bars are low, but they've got the site and they've got the spike wanted. But in this retake, the elbow contest is too much. You don't need to play that aggressively. You need to try and step back, especially because your health bars are low. That way you can play contact swing, maybe even set up a pseudo crossfire from the 2 corners of the backside and try to capitalize on your area advantage. But they do not. Instead, they peek, and the health advantage comes up huge for Enigma Gaming. Yeah. They pick up the round. But look at this. We always talk about how if you pick up more than 3 kills and a plant, force buy is always good. And EXO, they did all of that. They checked the boxes and they've got the money. They've now got the force buy for themselves. 4 Spectres on the board. It's still heavy shields versus light shields in favor of Enigma, though. We'll see if EXO can make it work.
Well, I mean, already off to a good note. That's going to be it, that's for sure. Enigma looking great. That's going to be the Boombot out. But look at that peek being taken with the Boombot. Hika does manage to find Excalibur. Gops is there to instantly trade things out. So it's a 2-on-3 situation up till now. The defenders do have an advantage. But look at the trades happening back and forth. Enigma, it seems like they're keeping it tight this time. No matter what, they're not going to let any kind of breathing space just let away just like that. And Enigma, wow, I mean, I'm already seeing a lot of improvement.
Yeah, definitely. I really like how clear they are on what they want to achieve in a particular stage of the map. Like in the early parts of the map, one big thing you need to do to try and prevent the Sky from taking over is deny these early points of control. And Enigma, they're saying instead, they won't deny the early points of control. We'll wait for you to get onto site, and we'll utilize the fact that the Sky cannot spam flashes the way the Breach can. So the moment they get onto site and this flash is over, Enigma goes to the peak. They get that early aggression in the later part of that early segment and therefore make it really count. And it's especially important with their composition. The Sage KJ really good at shutting down parts of the map, but where you swing on the other sides really makes the difference.
Yeah, it does. Look at this though. On the other hand, I mean, we already started the day off on like an astonishing factor, you know. Already surprises were being thrown from the side of EXO. None of us expected them to actually go for a double duelist. But yeah, that was a massive bait being set from their side.
Oh my god.
And take a look at this. I mean, Enigma just dominating their way through. Excali tried his best to kind of just kind of support with a little stick there, but unfortunately couldn't really do so. Psydreams is there in the back lines, who's trying his best to fight back. Again, he has given away a lot of sound cues. Unfortunately, Batman is waiting for him to greet there, and he gets welcomed.
there's some major red flags going on about the way EXO is executing their composition, because the whole idea of this guy is slower, more segmented gameplay, but EXO is just sending it every single round. It's like, yeah, let's go. We want some gunfights. And if you're going to do that, pick the beach, not the sky, you know?
Yeah,
But
that's true.
let's see if they do end up changing it, because now finally is their buy. Because of the first buy, it was a round delayed. And you can see they are much more separated, which is signals that we are going to see a lot more deeper playstyles and then mid-round rotations. So let's see if that actually works out, because Rafuel's got his hands on an operator. Now, the early guiding light towards the mid, EXO will slowly just start inching their way in as they try to take mid control. Remember when we talked about the 2 out of 3 power points? EXO have got themselves B main, B garage. If they can get mid, that's an easy B side EXO.
Walls coming in through. Things taking pretty chill in the buy round here by EXO, so at least I do like this one. Finally, it does make sense to see this guy in the composition now. They're playing it really safe. They want to make sure, even if they do make anything happen, it should be as safe as possible. That was a great Tiger to actually catch anyone or get that info out. The Trailblazer did get a decent amount of info. That's why we do also see the lockdown being utilized from the side of EXO. But instantly it seems like that was an actual fake. But Rafuel is ready. Again, he's going to be welcoming them right onto the side here. Oh no, moves away in the right nick of time. And no, that's not really great. Rafuel, you could have actually found yourself one more kill if you just stayed there for even half a second. But now, here we go. The spike's being planted. 30 seconds left in the clock. The spike has been planted. It's a 4-on-3 situation. EXO, they do have a disadvantage, but at the same time, if they're able to hold off their post plants well, that means they are going to be able to pull this round off. And this round is going to be really important for EXO to stop the momentum that Enigma has built over them.
The last Seeker was so key. He told them that everyone is towards the A side, so they're holding very deep positions, waiting for them to come in, and it pays off huge. Gopes picks up 3 kills. Blackhawk coming in, huge for EXO, and leaves Rafuel in a 1v3. Now, he does find one, the nifty light flick, but instantly gets traded out by Excali. Those deep positions, again, that's what I was talking about, because when they execute onto site, one Seeker goes all the way from mid into Wentz and reveals the position of Badman in Wentz. Because of that, they know that there's nobody flanking them. There's only people coming in from A heaven and A screens, and they can hold these deep positions. They don't have to worry about B main. They hold those corners, and Enigma just fall bait to it because they don't have any flashes in their composition to easily clear out corners. So that round picked up for Team EXO, utilizing the early aggression part that the Sky offers, the control very well, baiting out that Killjoy lockdown, and then going for the rotate with their own Seekers. A little early peek did mean Rafuel get first block, but it's okay, because EXO have secured the round. Now, once again, waiting out that early util now with that first blood. Going to use the Trailblazer Boombot to clear out B Heaven, but this is the way you play with the Sky. You don't need to push the area you've already got. You need to find a different area, and that's what EXO is going to try.
Exactly, I mean, this is what Sky's really made for, right? To try and gain control. That's why you have Trailblazers. At the same time, you have those flashes who reveal the positions, and those are really important. But on the other hand, now, I don't really know why that aggressive peek was being taken from their side, but hey, it doesn't matter. Trades again happening back and forth. It seems like Enigma now are getting completely destroyed, but we also did see that safe buy coming in through from their side. Oh, he got ults out, but he moves away in the right nick of time as well. Gets spotted in the mid. Badman now. Hika does know someone is back right behind him, but that's a great ult. Denying Vimp. That means the entry is also being denied. That's going to be finding Hika a little bit more time, but it doesn't matter. Gops is there with his godly aim, and it's pretty much going to be sealing the deal onto their round. And this means they're going to be getting another round in their back. It's 3-2.
Yeah, EXO picking up the win once again. Now starting to really put a lot of pressure on Enigma's economy, because EXO, the rounds they're winning, they're able to cause a lot of damage for free. They're not actually investing that much utility because Enigma are giving them the early peaks, and that's where Enigma needs to worry about how they're going to change it, because yes, they can still afford one buy, but this buy will be at the cost of a couple shields, as you can see, and it will mean they need to be very careful now. They are changing it up, playing the Astra KJ on the lurk, heavily contesting this mid that EXO has continuously taken control. The Gravity Well will force out the early tailwind, and the wall brought up, but the wall perhaps fully missed time because they lose their own bottom.
Oh my god, he's so lucky, Wimp! Oh, he just shoulder peeked that. But hey, now they also do have the mid control. They've managed to break the wall down as well, so that should help them give a little bit more visual in deep mid. They're reducing Trailblazers out to scout any area out. Now they definitely do know there's a massive setup being made. There's a crossfire being set up. Raw Fuel with a fantastic shot on the Excali, but he gets tagged up as well, and he's down to only 1 HP. Oh my god, that was a great shot from Excali. Gotta give props to him. But hey, as long as you also do have that kind of a healer on your side, you can always get those heals. And yep, this is exactly Vexy doing the same thing. Raw Fuel back on decent HP, I would say. Should at least get himself a safety cushion.
Now, they've used Blackhawk's early position towards A to set up this Cosmic Divide and go for the A execute, but the key position here is that Killjoy towards mid. Raw Fuel though, very low on the health bar, but he don't care, finds that first shot, and instantly because of that the A execute is off the table. Now because of that Killjoy's position towards the B side, they can leverage that, try to go for the full on rotation, but Sai needed to take out the rotations coming in from Enigma, and he does exactly that. Still the site isn't 100% clear, like we can see it's clear, but they don't know, so they got to be very careful about how they approach this, because the time is running out and Easy finds them. Even though the trade comes out, there's no more time left. It will be Enigma picking up the round, holding on to the most important weapon as well, the operator in the safe hands as well.
I gotta say, EXO like did a quite good, like I would say, execution, but it was just a little too late, right? They just didn't get a lot of time. I would say that was quite a good, that was valiant effort being put from their side. I also did like how much space side created there. But in the end, I just felt like a little bit too much time was being utilized to do that. Maybe in the early off, they can start working around early. That would help them quite a lot to set up the future rounds.
Yeah, definitely. Like in general, you want to keep in mind that you need to keep 10 to 15 seconds aside for normal rotations, in the sense that you're trying not to give information away. And EXO, they started that a little too late. We've seen this from GE2. You want to start around the early minute mark, like a minute 5 seconds, to if you want to do the double rotations. But EXO instead did it around the 50-second mark, which meant not enough time left. Now Enigma themselves changing up their defaults this time, walling out B Heaven the inside they see mid. So the policy has changed from send everything to hold down mid because of the pick Raw Fuel was able to get. Now instead they're going to hold Raw Fuel towards the A side with that Killjoy, playing on the fact that they've got the Cosmic Divide which they need to reach.
As you did mention, they do have the Cosmic Divide available as well. Even if it really comes down to getting that retake done. Excali has given his position away in vents with that jump. So that is going to be a little problem, I would say, because now they definitely do know that there is someone present in the vents. EXO do have a lot of map control, but it just really comes down to how they're able to convert it in their own advantage. That's a great showstopper. If they're able to find a lot of value through it, but no, they're not really able to do so. Hika does manage to take down the guy with the showstopper, but instantly he gets traded out. Side Dreams is there to clear the side and goes through the smoke. Gonna be finding God Vexy, and oh no, this is not really looking great. It's a 2-on-4 situation now. Enigma on the receiving end, they do have a massive disadvantage in this retake. I really feel like, saving should be the priority here, and yes, this is what exactly they're doing. You can already see that Jet and Killjoy just staying back and chilling around, hanging around, making sure if they can try and do as more damage, that would of course be a better thing, but hey, saving is probably the main priority for them right now, and that's what they're doing. EXO, they don't really have any clue what they're exactly up to, so Enigma, they're just going to be holding their horses, maybe try and get those exit frags, but as long as they're able to save both of those guns, that's what really is going to be mattering a lot, because they had an operator.
Yeah, I mean, the save definitely good for Enigma, but I don't understand the logic and the way they executed their defaults. Definitely the idea that they want to give up mid and play more committed to the site and Heaven areas, particularly you could see they were stacked towards B and A Heaven, where the Killjoy and Jet were playing together in that Ram's position. They were trying to hold on to the Heaven, so even if they give up site, they could retake easily, but that sentiment was not echoed across all the players, because you can see in this B site execute, all 3 players stacked up in B site are taking individual duels. They're not actually trying to hold on to a power point. You need to either stack up B Heaven or stack B site, and therefore take the fights together, not separated. Instead, they maybe go into a panic when they hear that the Raze is bringing the party, and they're just like, oh no, rocket, run.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not how pro players do calls, but that's what I also do as well. Right? As soon as I hear, as soon as I hear the showstopper being utilized, I just run off the site. I'm like, all right, it's fine. We can probably do a retake. Let them have the site. We can do a retake. But look at that quick shot, and whoa, what are we seeing?
Oh!
Batman's turret making it work as well. Rawfuel seems unstoppable, and what's going on? The turret as well. He's like, okay, I'm gonna join the fray here. Turret joins in, gets himself a kill, and now it's a 2-on-5 situation within a blink of an eye, and we're down to just Ghost trying to clear as much as heaven as possible. But there is someone waiting, and yes, it's gonna be God Vexy. But instantly now, God Vexy decides to kind of give Ghost that breathing space. He wants Ghost to kind of walk straight into the CT side here. This is what Ghost is going to be trying to do. He's getting greedy. I really feel like, yep, he should not be overextending at this point. Oh, no. But just because that turret, his position has given away, and this is absolutely massive Rawfuel. As I did mention, this man just seems so unstoppable. Finds himself a third kill. And I gotta say, Rawfuel has stepped in huge inside this previous round.
Goes slowly meandering towards this ADAM's area, gonna get spotted out by Easy, and in the nick of time he's able to get himself a weapon. So now Ghost in a very precarious position, still manages to find one, looking for Rawfuel, finds a second as well. Ghost, I mean, it's almost impossible to pull off the ace considering the time, but can he find another kill? He cannot. Easy takes him down, but a decent bit of damage done still by Ghost will affect Enigma because their economy is still in a bad position, but Enigma will not care. They were able to save the operator from that round, so they'll just hand that over to Rawfuel, which means all they really need to get the buy through is two assault rifles in this round, so it makes it very easy for them. And here is where you can start seeing the strength of that CHKJ combination, where last round EXO went towards that B side, and due to that small lack of understanding between the players, if they're playing for the retake or if they're playing for the commit, that round ended up going to EXO, but the mentality was still there. They denied the heaven, using that heavy stack and using the fact that the operator was playing on A. This time when EXO goes on to A, they play into the operator, and well, as you said, Rawfuel is currently on some fire. Not stoppable whatsoever, hits every single shot, and I think EXO trying to switch up the tempo to try and change that. They've taken B garage control, they've invested a lot of utility and traded it out in mid, and now they're setting themselves up for this B side to execute. Cali,
no! Cali, no! He had such a key positioning for his team's success, but again, he messes up. Oh no, this is why you should always watch your back, ladies and gentlemen. This is a prime example, right? Even if you do think it's clear, it's never clear. You should always watch. There's always going to be someone who's going to be backstabbing you. And here we have Vexy getting himself 2 massive frags. EXO, what's going on out of nowhere? They're getting shut down by Enigma. And as I did mention in the start as well, we're already seeing a massive improvement from the side of Enigma here. They have completely did their homework. They have read how EXO plays or how they think. And it seems like we're just seeing a complete new Enigma here.
30 seconds left.
I just don't understand the logic from EXO. Why is the spike going towards mid when you have a lockdown in B garage? What? Like, the only... Like, I can imagine why the spike could be rotating, but it would be going towards A, not mid. Mid is like the hot spot for the defenders because you just kick them out of B heaven with your lockdown. They're obviously going to be at A.
Yeah, but so, listen, I feel like the theory behind there was like he didn't know himself that he had the spike. That's the only thing I can find out. That's the only thing I can say. I mean, that's the only possible mistake that can happen. I mean, there has to be no way, right? He knows he has a spike and he still commits in mid. I mean, it has to be like, okay, he just doesn't know that he doesn't have the spike and he steps in mid and he's like, oh guys, I had the spike. I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me? That has happened with me. Let's be honest.
God. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I guess we'll take that, but it's a heavy cost because EXO now onto the eco. Enigma will be looking to maintain this momentum. It's very important, especially because Enigma, their composition is much more defense-oriented. So if you're able to secure a strong first half, then you set yourself at a good pace to play much more slowly in that second half. And talking about strong first halves, Rawfuel certainly had one today in this first map. Round after round, getting that first blood on the operator, he is infallible.
Yeah, he definitely is. Looking absolutely fantastic. Ghost, look at this 3-man stack coming in on the stairs here. Heaven control, that's what they're trying to do. The main priority is there. Ghost, though, he's not really able to deliver up till now, but hey, who's able to deliver? It's going to be Xcali. Managed to find himself, but again, the manage happened even down, but not anymore. He was there to kind of stop the even manage there. But hey, Gops, while reloading, moves towards the CT side, and Badman is there. He's like, all right, Gops, you have found yourself a lot of control. Not anymore. instantly denies that. But hey, in the replay, you can see how things really went down. I mean, as always, Rafu just opening the fray up. Ghost, again, as you did mention, as soon as Ghost just jumped down through the heaven, you were like, all right, what's going on here? Why did Ghost do that, right? And even if he did, he completely messed up. He missed his crucial shots that he wanted to hit. But yeah, even I don't really understand, especially when you do have the Blade Storm. I feel like going through the ramps or going through the rafters is probably a better choice than just dropping down to hell.
I mean, I get the idea of dropping down to hell if you're playing around the Seekers, but then if you're doing that, that's way too early to be dashing in. You need to like give the Seekers a second to let them get to the particular positions that the opponents are. And this is again where I come back to the Breach versus Sky discussion. EXO are, when like they have the right defaults with the Sky, but when it seems like those defaults are now working, they're like, okay, we don't know what to do with the Sky anymore. Let's go back to playing like a Breach, because the same execute, if instead of a Sky's ultimate, if you have a Rolling Thunder, what Ghost did is absolutely perfect, because he gets into sight on time to catch out the stun players, but the Seekers are not as quick as the Rolling Thunder, so you need to be a lot more careful, and they need to manage the pace of their gameplay accordingly, because that's the biggest weakness with Sky. If you're not playing around her like style and her pace, then you will realize that either she's going way too fast or you're going way too slow.
Exactly. 7-3 is the scoreline. That's why EXO did have themselves a tactical timeout up till now. I don't really know what kind of changes are they going to be bringing in the game, but yeah, they do realize this is their bye round and this is going to be really important. One of the most important rounds for their survival inside the map of Split. Considering the fact that Split is really good for the EXO side and they're getting this much dominated, it's really making me kind of think that, have I just predicted something wrong?
It's definitely possible. But big but is that Enigma's composition gets exponentially difficult when they get to the attack. But look at this, Rafuel. A really nice first kill, but a very dicey dash will mean he's stuck in mailroom. His team coming to back him up, but Rafuel will just go for the peak. Ghost takes him out, and that's a 1-for-1 trade, but with the Sage alive on Enigma's side, so EXO need to be careful. They need to protect Rafuel's body with their lives. They cannot afford to give up mailroom, or that will mean the resurrection for Enigma Gaming.
Exactly. The resurrection for Enigma Gaming. And this is what they're really looking for. Rafuel, though, I gotta say, he's a brave man. Even in such kind of a tricky situation, he still peeks out. Instead, he doesn't really wait for his teammates to provide him that kind of a crossfire setup, but he still just makes that peeks happen. He's like, all right, this is my best chance I can take, and he probably takes it. Unfortunately, though, wasn't really able to make the best out of it, but hey, it's fine. Rafuel has been so impactful throughout these games. On the other hand, though, look at this. On the side of Enigma, they have a Cosmic Divide ready, a Showstopper, Resurrection at the same time. They have a Lockdown, so they shouldn't really, I'm expecting they should not really struggle that much, especially making that retake happen, and it seems like Easy is going to be making it look so easy. Already takes 2 players down, and just like that, enough time has been bought, and Enigma again strikes in at the right nick of time, and Easy just makes it look so easy. And Vexy as well in the end, just like Assault on the injury.
Oh boy, once again, EXO, this is what I was talking about. Either you're a little too fast or you're a little too slow. They're not able to find the balance. This round, as soon as they find that Rafuel kill, I actually think they should just send it. Like, they know that the stack is towards B side. They know that there's a Sage and Astra left, because Enigma haven't changed their defaults in about 5 or 6 rounds. So since you know which agents you're facing up against, the fact that neither Sage or Astra actually have any aggressive utility, they have utility that can stall, not that can damage. You should just send it and try to take as much penalty as you can, because you shut down the operator already. But instead, they slow down. They give Enigma a moment to breathe, and Enigma makes them pay. 8-3 now into the final round of this first half. This is crucial. If EXO can find the win, they will find a solid foundation to pull off a comeback. But if Enigma can find the win, it will open up the floor for the pistol to be so crucial, and on that double central composition, but the util doesn't matter as much in the pistol, that 9-3 can be huge.
Now keep this in mind, Ghost does have the spike. Instantly he passes on to Excali, so that's a good decision because he does know he's about to take a risky peek anytime soon. Imagine if someone just drops down inside vents at this point. He would just be completely kind of rained down by bullets. That's a good nade from his side. Gonna be dealing a lot of damage onto him, but he instantly backs out. A Showstopper was made in the right nick of time, but unfortunately not really find a lot of value through it. 3-on-5 situation up till now. They still have the Resurrection available on the same side. They have Cosmic Divide and a Lockdown. I'm still expecting the lads of Enigma to have a little bit more advantage on making that retake happen. And yes, this is what they're exactly doing. Lockdown being utilized as expected. He needs to hold it down. Badman holds it. No! But yes, he does a good job until now. And imagine one player has been detained, that's going to be Ghost. But if Ghost's position is being compromised, that's a good Cosmic Divide as well. Oh my god, he has blocked so much vision from the side of EXO. Wimp is still sneaking around there. Excatli trying to flank in, but hey, guess what? God Vexy steps in huge, and that boom bot as well. Wow, gotta say, Enigma, no matter what EXO is doing, they're easily able to counter each and every single move.
As you mentioned, right, the ultimates did give such a key advantage to Enigma Gaming that it came down to Psy's positioning in that round. My eyes were on the minimap the entire time, looking if he could deny that resurrection. You can see right here on the minimap, he's near that Vent's position right outside ramp and knows that the resurrection is coming out, but gets instantly taken down by Vexy, able to not just get the resurrection up, but take out Psy as well, meaning then they get heaven control and they have screens control. The retake is a piece of cake. At that point, if Psy is able to instead find even one kill and back off and save his space and hold his position without that heaven control, Enigma would have been in a very difficult position to actually execute on the retake. And now that round picked up 93. We talked about how huge this was for Enigma, but that advantage only pulls through if you win the pistol. So Enigma need to maintain that momentum with this round. They need to keep the pedal to the metal and take this win throughout, because if the vice versa happens and EXO gets some momentum going, Ghost gets his hand on an operator, well, things start looking like
That's a great flash to start the day off. Second half pistol round. This is going to be really important for EXO. Keep this in mind. If they want to stop the momentum and keep their momentum going and forward, or at least start their momentum. Until now, they have only managed to win like 3 rounds. But hey, that's a great find from Psy Dreams. That's going to be giving them a massive sigh of relief. This is what Psy is really meant for. But on the other hand, Psy, what are you doing? How can you not expect someone else to be there? Psy, though, gets a little distracted, but it's fine. At least he gets traded out, so that's fine, I would say. But on the other hand, that was a great wall to kind of deny any kind of rotation. That's going to be buying this so much time. God Vexy again with a clever wall, but Hika's there to protect him. I just like how they've got each other's backs. But hey, now Vexy's down low. He has to wait for his heals to come back up. This is what he's really trying to do at this point in time. Hika's priority here mainly is going to be to try and protect Vexy for as long as possible. That was a great nade, but a little bit of misplaced placement coming in through. Wasn't really on par, but hey, we have came down to God Vexy now. Oh no, he's a clutch master. Do not give him these kind of clutches. If you do, God Vexy is probably going to be making a history, but no, he gets denied. But still, Gops is down to only 5 HP. Gotta say, Gops is quite lucky.
I don't know if it's luck or just precise gunplay. Perfectly on the head, gets a nice burst on and takes him out. And EXO pick up the pistol. We talked about how important it was for Enigma to actually win the pistol to carry the advantage. He's not able to do that. And I have to applaud Psy. Even though he's caught off guard in his positioning, he still takes down Badman before he dies. So he picks up 2 kills before he actually ends up going down. And that means that this site, even though it's taken by Enigma, it's not with layers of control. They don't have heaven, they don't have screens, and EXO is ready to just pull off the easy retake and pick up the round. Now, once again, these teams mimicking each other's styles so far, as Enigma goes for the force buy, again, trying to prioritize mid. They love to go for those mid to A or mid to B pushes the way they did in that last round, and that's what they're going to look for again, especially considering that they've slowly starting to take A main control as well.
9-4 situation again. EXO, the pressure is on them, but hey, they have won the pistol round, so yeah, there's a massive chance that they might just be able to take this. Oh, a little mistake coming through, but it's fine. Wimp, though, is able to redeem himself back, is able to retaliate back, but it doesn't matter. Rafuel and Hika are there to kind of make a lot of things happen, or to kind of change the pace in their favor. Wimp, that was a precise shot, gotta say, onto Vexy. Even with the Spectre in that range, gotta say, that was a great burst coming through. It's a 9-4 is the scoreline, as we do know. It's a 3-on-4, it's a 3-on-2 situation, my bad, and we still have Gopes alive. We have seen Gopes kind of in the past make some insane play or insane clutches to happen, but this net is just going to be denying so much time and just buying so much time for Enigma. That's a great concussion. Going to be forcing out anyone from the elbow. Ghost slowly, steadily moves inside with the help of Psy. Now here we have Ghost challenging a fight, and oh my god, that's a great spray transfer. And Psy Dreams as well from the back has Ghosts' back, and he's going to be taking down Rafuel. Wow, as you did mention, no way.
I know Blackhawk or Gopes as he is now does this very often, but the simple coordination of this retake, I hope we get a replay of it because the idea where because of that nade, the nade that comes through, they're not able to early push elbow, so instead they wait for that concussion, wait for Sai to drop down, then the concussion comes down, and Gopes uses that pressure to wrap all the way around, while Sai is coming through from an extreme that they're not expecting. Just in from the entry into side, he's able to flank that extreme and put a lot of pressure on both extremes of the side, where the coordination in Enigma just falls to pieces. And in a 2v3 situation, EXO pull off the retake, salvage the last round, and destroy the economy of Enigma Gaming. Now, this is where the composition for Enigma starts to get real difficult. If you don't have the initial momentum, if your ults are not the first ones coming online, then you have to rely purely on gunplay. And against a team like EXO, well, that's easier said than done.
Exactly. Well, I mean, already they have found themselves an opening in this round. Side Dream's going to be finding another one. Excali is there to get another one for himself. The last 2 men alive. Well, this should be an easy round being secured. Yep, this should be an easy round from the side of EXO. All of them just were found in the mid side. And all they did was just slowly, steadily, just jiggle peeking around, getting info, then taking one kill, then doing the same thing over and over again. But now this is where this is kind of a deciding round. This round is going to be deciding the fate of EXO. This buy round really depends, or it really comes down to the individual players that they have. And I'm expecting a lot of seriousness in that in this round now.
I want to see a couple of executes from Enigma Gaming. Like in the first few rounds, they've heavily focused on taking mid control and playing around that. And yeah, that's definitely understandable because their composition doesn't have flashes. So you want to play in a slow rotation-based gameplay of sorts. But now that they're actually starting to lose out those rounds, they need to change up the pace. So executes would be perfect because a couple of executes, you condition your opponents and then you go back to your comfortable playstyle. And it really sets you up well for denying the operator especially. Now this is a full bonus for EXO. Excali still on the Spectre, just trying to back up, is able to use Wimp to make sure he doesn't get tagged out by the boom bop, but still B haven't given up. Mail route control will be taken by Enigma. Still that Trailblazer giving a ton of information to EXO, allowing them to maintain their positions across the map.
I really like how scared he was when the boom bop was just following him, and then he just switches over to his Sheriff and flicks onto it while it's in mid-air and about to blast.
Die.
Oh man, I can already feel like, you know, I have been in those situations so many times. But yeah, I'm definitely not able to flick like that as he did onto them. Oh, okay, well, Ghost misses that shot. That was a crucial shot. He should have hit that. Look at Side Dream's position. Instantly utilizing all the swamp grenades, denying any kind of entry from the A main side. But on the other hand, Sai got spotted, but he's still able to convert that into a kill. Badman, that's a great shot coming through from his side. He realizes there is someone, but Ghost, what for the frenzy? He's able to do so much damage on Enigma. Misses the shot, instantly dashes away. Excali's there, who has his back and wants Enigma, even in a full buy round, they just get absolutely slaughtered.
It's these small things that I wish we would really get to see from Enigma, just a little bit of awareness. Because as soon as you see Ghost on a Marshall, your mind has to click, wait a second, why is he on a Marshall? Because they won the last few rounds, he can definitely afford a better buy. The answer is they're just playing a bonus. So as soon as you realize they're playing a bonus, you have to realize that they're likely holding these tiny corners with the Spectres, and on that A execute, that second box is a pain in the backside for every team. Every team forgets to check that second box inside, getting full value off of that. Not only is he able to pick up a kill, but he's able to stall for so long that Ghost gets free peeks, that too with a frenzy. EXO winning their bonus as well, meaning now an operator is all but guaranteed if Ghost wishes to pick it up, and Enigma in a very bad position because they don't even have any key ultimates to play around. They've got two options on the table. Either you hard send it on one side, try to execute and trade out well, therefore getting yourself a good post plant with that Sage KJ, or you play much slower for orb control, but that's way harder considering you're playing against Sky.
Exactly. But what do you think so in this timeout? Enigma is trying to have a talk right now. They do realize in the defending side, their team coordination and team synergy was really looking fantastic. But in the attacking side, it has been lost by a lot. And I don't really know how to work around it. So what do you think? So was this tactical timeout to like give them a little bit more breathing and at the same time give them a little bit of pep talk?
I think this round, tactical timeout, more about the following round than this round. This round, they're just going to be like, guys, try to once again do what we've been doing. We'll change up the setups next round. And they do exactly
Oh.
that. Rafael gets caught out, but a trade from Vexy will mean Wimp has to reply with his own. Still, the advantage maintained for XO, but because of that pain shell, we haven't control denied. Will now force out the Seekers from XO, making sure they invest to not give that opportunity on the Sheriffs to Enigma, giving them the respect.
Right there.
Enigma now taking things really calm for a while. That's a great smoke being utilized from the side of Astra to block any vision or at least gain any info. But that Trailblazer, though, it has just revealed so much info, right? A lot of silence was being created from the side of Enigma, and that's a great pull, as you did mention. Ego wasn't really able to counter it. On the other hand, though, he also gets tagged. That's a great thing coming out from the side of Easy. But hey, here we have Sky, just as always, healing our teammates up. Just so great in these kind of moments. But we still, I mean, Badman still does have lockdown available, but yep, utilizing it right now wouldn't really be that good of a choice. He still have 5 HP left, and yes, as you did mention, their main focus here is like try and do what we have been doing since a long time, try and deal as much as damage in the eco round that we had, and then in the next round we're going to be trying to switch our defaults up.
Yeah, and they've got to switch their defaults up now because this mid-control strat is simply not working. Enigma, so much momentum carrying over from the first half, all down the drain, no, because in this half, XO are on a 5-round win streak. From 9-3 to 9-8 now, XO have dominated on the defense and have continuously put the pedal to the metal as they look to wrap up their first map pick. Now, you see, the operator has come online on Ghost, and now his position dictates the default. He went for the mid peak, but has forced out to instantly dash. Will mean now towards the B side main, especially, they're gonna have to be careful because without that mid control, the next focus for Enigma does become that B main, and they play that perfectly. Ghost once again dropping the spike carrier in garage.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least Enigma does have a little bit of more ultimates to kind of back them up, but unfortunately, the big man or the big boy is not anymore in the game. But God Vexy, though, finally getting Easy back on his feet, but Excalibur with his showstopper is going to be stopping that resurrection now. That means, well, again, the Astra is not alive anymore. That means the Cosmic Divide won't really be utilized. On the other hand, though, Hika does manage to find himself an entry. Was able to find the second one, almost does find the third one as well. But Vimp manages to escape in a sliver of health. It's down to 48 HP. They've already found themselves a side control. Just trolling onto the side. Raw Fuel there as well to shut down Vimp. And now it's a 1-on-3 situation out of nowhere within a blink of an eye. Jet, it's down low. Raw Fuel is going to be the man utilizing the Jet. I'm expecting him to get healed, but no, instead he heals Badman, which is fine. Side Dreams to 1-on-3 clutch. I don't really know if going for this one is going to be a good idea. I feel like saving should be the main priority because 1-on-3 clutches, I don't really know if you want to risk the only Phantom you have, and yep, that's a great double peek as well.
Yeah, the issue was that the operator was actually in outside B Heaven on those rafters where he had to at least move into side to take that and try to save that maybe, but as you said, like, I feel like at that point, Sai in an impossible position. They still have the money to pull off a buy, but here, this part of the round, Hector coming up huge to open it up. The round was going heavily in favor of XO because the trades, even though Enigma was getting territory, they were not actually able to translate it together. It was much more segmented and chaotic than this comp requires to get the side, which meant that XO still had a good position, but Hector pulling out a double out of thin air suddenly turned the tables. Enigma able to pull it off, get double digits online, and maintain a stable economy for themselves. Now, once again, gonna switch it up, go back to the standard style. We talked about this. It's just about changing it for one round, then going back to your initial defaults to keep up the pretense that you can switch whenever you want. Enigma, with this mid control, they're looking for their mid to A. They've tried some pistol once again. But instead, full rotations coming through. It could just be the Cosmic Divide and lockdown unless they take a side.
Oh, already starting off on a good note there. Ghost finds one. Easy gets shut down easily. And again, I don't really know. The Cosmic Divide can be utilized to get a side control, and he's the only man who's falling down over and over again in the start, and you don't really want that to happen. Even if you don't even have Resurrection at this point, and you cannot really utilize the Cosmic Divide now. And that's just such a main key in gaining the side control. And at this point, if you just don't really have a Cosmic Divide, you will surely have to play the aim game because you also don't even have any smokes left in the team anymore. You will have to rely heavily on that aim game.
this lockdown setup and being a Raj, a triple stack for EXO, but they're not willing to give it up. They're just holding on, and they have that B backside area cleared out. Gopes finds one. The trade comes through, but it doesn't matter because the lockdown time has been saved. Now the showstopper to clear out the side for Enigma. Hika actually able to get them into a really nice choke point and pick up one kill onto Wimp. Now the KJ lockdown coming through, but they can't push in. They're denied by the wall and by Hika's position, and this is going to allow more than enough time for Enigma to get into post-match. Raw Fuel trying to dodge the lockdown, but that's not how it works. But you can't just hug a wall and try to get through.
No, I actually thought he thought that could be a safe zone, but unfortunately there wasn't really. Vexy tried his best to clutch that situation out, but unfortunately gets shut down by Side Dreams. And yeah, I don't really know why they're crucial, man. Easy is peeking all the time, the first, because he needs to realize you are really important for your team, Easy. If you go down, that means your team doesn't have anything to block the enemy team's vision out. You don't have smokes, you don't have Cosmic Divide. Now imagine how are you going to be able to execute a site if you just don't have smokes to do that?
Exactly. Like there's two ways that could go. Either your team is committing to mid to A and they have Vents control. That's why you're peeking ramp so that they can swing on your peak. But they weren't doing that. They were all grouping towards A, which the second way is now just put up the Cosmic Divide. You don't need to peek without putting up the Cosmic Divide. Putting it up early means that your KJ in Badman gets to get to that A main position and set up the lockdown. Without that Cosmic Divide, they have to go for full rotate and they play into EXO's hands. Now, once again, they try to take mid control, but this is not going to work for Enigma because they have no way of actually forcing. They trade out a bunch of utility, but EXO more than happy to just play committed onto side because they always have the sky to just pull back, play with those flash runs, retake, but if they find the kills in the way they want, then they don't have to do that.
Oh, Wimp misses a lot of shots. I don't know why he didn't really reposition himself there. But hey, as long as they have got themselves the side control, that's what really matters. And as you did mention, Gopes, 2 massive frags for himself. But hey, the man advantage now has been evened out, so at least they should be looking great for now. But Raw Fuel does manage to drive by one, but oh no, he utilizes the Cloud Burst in the wrong time. And Excali just peeks out in the right time there. Again, a great fight from Ghost. This can be absolutely game-changing, and yes, it is. Now, God Vexy has a massive burden on his shoulder. He needs to carry his team, at least in this round, to victory. And I really feel like doing so is going to be one of the most toughest tasks. Well, just again, EXO just does seem so coordinated in the second half out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's the tiny things that matter. The fact that they, as a 3-man unit, only split up Ghost, who's on the operator, has his eye on the spike. Man, even though Vexy got the opening kill, because they're using the buddy system, he doesn't actually get to pop the resurrection maybe, or try to find isolated 1v1s. Instead, gets instantly traded out. And the round picked up for Team EXO, who have now evened up the scoreline. So 9-3 down, they've in this second half maintained a scoreline of 7-1, broken Enigma's economy as they look to take the lead. And this is why I wasn't fully convinced, despite Enigma's strength in the first half. With this composition, the attack can be a nightmare, and that's exactly what Enigma is experiencing right now. This time going to change up their defaults, playing much more defensive, mocking this B-main aggression. Gopes goes down, but Ghost is able to trade on the other side of the map. It's up to Badman to try and find Excali right here, but the Boombot is that Raven's friend. She will make sure it doesn't go down. Instead, Sai will take down Badman, secure the lead for Team EXO.
That was a good pre-fire from the side of Sai. He did realize he did hear those footsteps coming in through, so he was ready to just fire on all cylinders. On the other hand, Vim's position, he has an off-angle held. He manages to find both of them just that easy. The B rush has been completely denied. One last man's alive. It's going to be Hika. But hey, I mean, his position is pretty much compromised as well. Ghost is ready for him to straight up peek in his crosshair, and Ghost just so quick to react.
Yeah, the tiny angle he's holding too, right? If I'm holding the angle, I'm terrified. I'm like, what? I have to react in that little bit of space and time, but Ghost just like, nope. It's also really interesting because of the way it plays off with your mind. We've seen a lot of different pros experimenting with different colors in the game they play, different resolutions, but even the way they hold angles can be very key because the angle he's holding, it's wall on either side, and the minute the middle part changes color and becomes something else, your brain just goes to shoot. And that's where your reactions become that strong, when you're able to use the environment around you to supplement its speed itself. So I don't think Ghost knows he's doing that, but naturally coming into him shows the talent of the young gun he is, you know?
Oh man, seems like we have a psychologist CA here. He's explaining how brain works. He's explaining how the reaction works as well. I mean, yeah, that's a great explanation, gotta say that. As soon as the things you see moving in front of you, you just shoot, and I mean, thank God Valorant doesn't really have any team damage. Imagine if it had.
Oh,
Oh man, oh boy. You could have seen a lot of things go south in these kind of moments. But hey, you have Sky again helping the teammate out, just toppling over the HP of Astra. Look at Astra, it's just such a so sneaky. Gops is on that aggressive pedal here. But hey, Gops, you need to know that you're really important for the retake as well, because you have those smokes. You also do have the Cosmic Divide ready. Imagine if Enigma does get themselves a side control. Gops should be alive to actually make a retake happen. On the other hand, now things are still looking so chill. But look at that.
Trigger
They're already
control.
able to find, yep, as you did mention, that trigger control coming in through, and Excali! Oh my
30 seconds
god,
left.
finds 3! But gets shut down instantly by Rawfield. But take a look at that. Rawfield's down low with that showstopper, which is just so unfortunate.
Player standing.
Oh, I feel so bad for Enigma because they had the right read. EXO going for a huge gamble in this round, decided to heavily stack that B side, and Excali taking up that burden with ease. He's like, no tension, guys. I will hold on to his side. Don't you worry about it. The trigger control is perfect from Excali. Sneaky boy picks up a triple for himself. Almost would have been a quadra without that tailwind from Rawfield, able to dodge out the rocket from Excalibur. It didn't matter. That triple kill enough to get the coffin on for Enigma Gaming. 12-10 match point for Team EXO. They're just now going to look to secure the nail in the coffin with this round, where they even have a weapons advantage, a high eco advantage for EXO. And look at this. Sneaky was how last round was done, and Golf's trying to replicate the same. Is able to find one kill, but the instant trade out will mean the resurrection maintains an advantage for Enigma Gaming.
So you did mention it. It is definitely an advantage now. The man advantage there on their side. The resurrection is just so good most of the time, but no. Well, the man advantage gets evened out again. Ghost strikes in at the time where his team needs it the most. That's a great flash as well, but not really able to work around with it. And here we have Ghost missing all of his shots, but hey, it doesn't matter. He was a flying bird in the sky who gave his teammates the freedom. But Wimp now is there to kind of trade things out. And yep, that's going to be EXO sealing the deal on the first map. Wow.
I mean, I think it's just perfect that Wimp ended at that map, so we got to see that bull animation come through, because the stomp was what that second half was. From 9-3 all the way to 13-10, Enigma won a grand total of, wait for it, because this is legendary, you have to wait for it. They won one round. Oh my god, like Enigma just got thoroughly demolished by EXO in that second half.
Oh my god.
Again, it comes down to the compositions. We saw this even in the India qualifier too, Necro, where the composition difference for both of these teams really ended up having a heavy say in how the results showed.
Yeah, and I also got to point one more thing out. In the attacking side from Enigma, we didn't really see a lot of executes coming in through. Let's be honest, we didn't see any executes there. We didn't see the right utilization of the smokes. I was mentioning this over and over again. I was like, dude, easy, you need to stay alive. You're really important for the team. You need to make sure you're smoking those crucial corners out. You're smoking those crucial angles out. Yeah, in the CT side, when they get the B control, we did see the Sage Wall and smoke coming in through, but that's not the only thing you need to do. You can utilize those smokes in so many different angles and try and give your team an advantage. We just didn't really see those uniqueness coming out from their side. On the other hand, yeah, I gotta say, one thing we definitely know is that attacking side on both these teams is weak.
I don't think it's necessarily weak. I just think it's weak because for EXO, they were trying out a newer composition, I think. So they had the right ideas. We saw the defaults were good. They always took B garage control. When they were playing for mid control, they didn't necessarily default to one type of mid control the way Enigma were doing, where they were always looking for the mailroom fight. EXO were always willing to switch it up where they put the guiding light or when they pop the trailblazer. All of the right things. It was just about the timing. I feel like they haven't got enough practice to understand those niche timings between when the ability pops and when the dash needs to come in for Ghost. So I think they will refine the effort. For now, they'll just be happy they picked up the win, because going into the second map especially, this is the terror, because this is the map where EXO were able to pull off an insane win in the last matchup between Enigma and EXO. So there will be some hidden demons, for Enigma in the closet going into Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, just like a curveball was being thrown from Exo. And as you beautifully pointed out, yeah, there was a kind of lineup change. As we did see, we expected Ghost to kind of pick that KO, but like instantly he switched over to Jet, which, I mean, yeah, he is pretty comfortable playing that. But again, on the map of Split, we didn't really expect that coming in through, right? So that's what they did. So I'm giving them a little bit of edge, right? All right, so you guys used a new composition, so I'm expecting, okay, it's fun. You know, you guys were kind of let loose in the attacking side. A little bit of team synchronization was left out, but it's fine, you know. In the defending side, you guys redeemed yourself. That's what really matters. On the other hand, Enigma seemed completely lost. They just didn't know what they were doing. On the other hand, their controller was just taking those risky peaks. And Rafuel was playing really safe as well. We did see him sometimes, you know, not really going for those aggressive peaks. Yeah, he was taking, but then as well, he was also being a second fragger, which I didn't really understand. And yeah, a lot of questionable movements were being made from both these teams, but it's fine. The first map has been sealed by EXO, but I just really want to see what they have planned for us in the future maps as well.
Yeah, the thing is, it's also about these individual stories. Like for example, you were talking about Easy. He was a brilliant player for Enigma in their 2-0 loss previously to EXO.
Yeah.
Now that he's off, it doesn't look like Enigma are even close to those standards, because even though they had a really strong showing in the first half, it feels weird to say that a team is on 9-3 and you're not sure that they're going to win. You know, that's something very weird to feel. And that's what I felt after the first half ended. Like, especially after the pistol in the second half went in the way of EXO, I'm like, okay, Enigma, very well done, but I'm still not sure. Where it's not like you're wondering if there's going to be a comeback, you're wondering when there's going to be a comeback. And because of that, Enigma, they need to try and pull back that confidence for themselves, because that's how I think the confidence will come back even for the people watching, where they don't have their players on the right note here. But on that same regard, Ghost, for EXO, I love the fact that he's on that Jet, because the ideology when you're looking at Split is simple. The KO definitely better, but Ghost, I think, way more comfortable on Jet, and EXO letting him play the Jet shows that they have confidence in him. They're believing in him. They're giving him the support and motivation required for him to grow. And he certainly is still not a pop-off performance today, but way better than what we saw in the India qualifier to semifinals.
Yeah, as you did mention, way better. I mean, we are seeing a massive improvement from both these sides. Let's be honest, from Enigma as well in the first half, it did really seem like, yeah, they have worked their way through. They are trying to understand how EXO plays. They did tackle each and every single down, but yeah, fell completely apart on the attacking side. But gotta say, God Vexy from the side of Enigma as well was doing such a great job. I gotta say, he was one of the impact fraggers in that previous map of Split. He is definitely feeling himself. He's definitely feeling good. And as you did mention, Easy wasn't really having the time of his life. I mean, there were some moments he did some flashy plays, but hey, not really enough, as we saw in the previous qualifiers, right? On the other hand, you have the team of EXO. Now, Copes, as always, is just so consistent. And what do you think so? Like, what do you think so? Copes, at the same time, he's able to kind of help his teammates out with the controlling. At the same time, he just makes those risky plays happen. So what are your thoughts on his play style?
I mean, I think it's just the fact that this is one of South Asia's best Astra players, like without a doubt, top 2, I would say. And inherently on her best map, which is Split, he gets to just perform out of his mind. And about your question, I think it's a lot to do with the fact that he actually plays the anchor role when they're on their defense, which means he gets to take those peaks. He's a very confident player, formerly a duelist player, so you can see very confident in his ability to win those individual peaks, individual engagements, and that's where a lot of those skills come through. And they're crucial because most of them actually happen in the mid-round, around the 1 minute 15 to 45 second mark, where the team is deciding where they want to go, and the defenders are wondering, are they going to go here? Are they going to go there? Not only does he find his team an advantage, but he also finds them crucial information.
Exactly. As you did mention, he also does find his team that crucial information. And in general, Sky as well, just such a key kind of player coming in through, right? Yeah. Sky always just kind of helps your teammates out with that trailblazer all the time as well.
Yeah, definitely prefer. Now, that was the end of map 1 of this best 3 series. We'll take a short break and be back in a jiffy with map 2. Don't you go anywhere. There's more Valorant action to come.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 생긴 거보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 생긴 거보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is Thea, and joining me is Necro here for this upper bracket finals between Enigma Gaming and Team EXO. Map 1 was a bit of a roller coaster, Necro. Enigma off to a solid start. They finished first half triumphantly, but after that, it was bye-bye. They disappeared. I guess they went to grab some popcorn and witness their own destruction.
Yeah, as you did mention, they just didn't really seem present in the game. You know, no matter what they tried to do, EXO was easily able to read it. It was just the same thing in the first half, right? Enigma was able to read everything that EXO was doing, and then in the second half, Enigma was getting read easily. We just didn't really see any executes coming in through. No one even tried to fake anything out. Like, it just seemed like a casual gameplay. It just seemed like a normal competitive gameplay being shown from the side of Enigma, and EXO was just able to easily dominate through. But on the map of Icebox, which is upcoming, of course, it is a pick made by the side of Enigma. So now I'm expecting them to actually step their gameplay up way much more, because after that first loss in the map of Split, they're moving slowly closer to the lower brackets. That means if they do, they're going to be facing off Arrow.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's the idea of playing such a long day. Well, Arrow are just gonna come up and play that one BO3. Enigma have to play the BO3 immediately after. Like, they'll get a short break, but they will still play on their minds how they are. Of course, this is a double-edged sword, and therefore a long discussion that we'll save for the actual matchup itself. And bringing back to Enigma and EXO, I think going into Icebox, we talked about the idea that in their last best of 3 series in the India Qualifier 2, Sai pulled out that Sova, which he's maintained from them on the other maps as well. But that was the first time he showed us that Sova, and he top fragged. He helped EXO pull off an upset win in the first map of that best of 3 series, and the rest was history. EXO used that momentum to push all the way through. So I want to see if Enigma have done a proper WOD review and understood what went wrong in that map, because for me, it was just the amount of space they were giving to Excali to do what he wanted to do. They need to find a way to suppress that Reyna and truly make them feel the loss of that utility in that Reyna over Killjoy pickup.
Yeah, Reyna is just so impactful in the map of Icebox as well, right? It's just really good. But Excali as well, I mean, he has been utilizing Raze as well in the map of Icebox. We have seen him play in the past, so that could be a massive curveball being thrown. I still don't really know what he's going to be picking today, though, because in the past, I mean, in the previous matches of Wildcard, we definitely see Excali pick up Raze. And it seems like, this is exactly what he's going to be doing. He's going to be picking Raze again. This time, he's not really going to be hovering over Reyna anymore. On the other hand, you also do see Side Dreams again sticking his Sova. As you did mention, since the past, he has been utilizing the Sova, and it seems like he's falling in love with that character.
Yeah, definitely. Sai getting used to being the hunter, he's like, oh wait, this is actually fun. I get to be the predator. It's not fully sport, as they say. But hey, we'll see how it pans out, because as you mentioned, that race pick going to come through for Excali is something they switched up right after their matchup against Enigma in the finals of that India qualifier, where they lost against Global Esports. And considering Rofio's performance in that first map, especially on the defensive half with the operator, I was hoping for the Reyna, because that way you have an immediate answer to Rofio. But instead, they're going to go for a much more similar form of composition, where if you're replacing the KJ, you still have that utility in the form of the Raze, but now you have the utility in a much more aggressive agent, where then on the attack, you have the ability to double satchel in, support Ghost on those executes.
As you did mention, support, without a doubt, definitely does go on those executes. And whenever I just see, Sai's webcam there, whenever we do see those players getting ready for the map, I just wonder all the time, how is he able to grip his mouse like that? I don't know. I tried yesterday. Literally, I tried yesterday gripping the mouse where he does, and it actually slipped away. Yeah, he has
the true clock grip, Like, he's the...
I don't know. My mouse literally slipped when I tried to like flick with an operator. I was like, all right, this is not going to be happening from my side anymore. But yeah, here we have EXO. Excali, well, the first engagement, he's going to be the one to actually seek it out. Then slowly, steadily, Ghost is there. Easy side control has been given away. I mean, intentions also revealed from their side that it's going to be a retake. But Enigma, as you did mention, an easy side control was given away, which was quite questionable. And Ghost then just decides to dominate his way through. And what's going on? A casual stroll being shown from the side of EXO. They just seem so confident out of nowhere. And now Enigma, I'm pretty sure the pressure's upon them. And oh no, in the first round, absolutely getting demolished like that. Cops with a 3K. And Excali getting himself a 2K. Oh my god, what just happened? They just got strolled on.
Yeah, and that's such a like insulting thing, you know. Like if they got demolished, I'd be like, okay, fine, like fair enough, like hard execute all that. They literally just got strolled on. EXO just casually walks in. They're like, oh, okay, free site. We'll put a deeper wall and keep pushing. They keep pushing. They get free control over halls and they pick up kill after kill. Do we need to send a crate of rebels over to Enigma's bootcamp or something? Because they are kind of caught sleeping with that round. I'm not sure what's going on because there was no even retake wall. There's no reason for them to even go. This time, the eco for Enigma, they do have that retake wall, but they're being much more aggressive. Already mid pushed in by the Killjoy. Badman on the B long push has taken Garage. So now they know all of EXO committed to this A side execute. It's up to Rafiel to buy as much time as he can.
As you did mention, it's up to Rafiel now to try and buy as much as time as he can. Wimp with that wall can be finding himself a little bit more time, but instead he just has to peek out. And he's going to be planning for another day. But Side Dream's going to be finding himself those kills with just a Ghost. Again, getting strolled on. But it's fine. Now the upcoming round is going to be the one which is going to be the most important one. Because that's going to be the decider of the fate for Enigma. Because the way EXO has started the day off on the map of Icebox, even though it was a pick being shown on the side of Enigma, it's looking really tough. Let's be honest, Enigma, they're able to kind of, I don't know, are they going to be able to set the momentum? Because the way EXO is just dominating their way through from the pistol round up till now, it's looking really tough. But yeah, the one thing they definitely do have an advantage in is without a doubt, it's going to be those full buy coming in from the side of Enigma. That means they have Vandals and Phantoms now.
Yeah, they've got to be very careful though. They can't afford to lose these because it's a full bonus from EXO. So if EXO even managed to get 2 to 3 weapons off, that's a very good round for them. Now Enigma, once again, gonna change up their defaults as they've regularly done. Pistols are very different to how they play their buys. So this time using the Viper wall to cut off the A entry, trying to play those deeper angles, anchor down A side, on where therefore allowing on the other side to be much more aggressive. Rafiel already with the garage control, now going to find himself in a 1v1 against the Viper, but it's actually Excali using his team's pleasure to start pushing it onto the map. Gopes holding onto the flank while EXO push in, and EXO still have the advantage. And now with that flank denied, they even have the option to just go for a full rotate.
As you did mention, the flank did get denied by Gopes there. Rafiel tried his best to flank out, but Gopes is just ready to get any kind of an info. And Gopes is always just playing that key positioning for the team. Just walks in, Ghost manages to find the opening. He finds the second one as well. Tries did happen back and forth, but still EXO end up in a man advantage. And they're just looking really good. That also means they have gone themselves Phantoms, and Enigma is looking really shaky. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Retakes looks really tough because the post-plant positionings are really looking great on the side of EXO. Ghost, as always, just showing a little confidence, which is fine. He's a duelist. This is what he's supposed to do. Instead, he's not really able to convert that confidence into a kill. That's going to be a little problematic, but hey, at least he dealt a decent amount of damage on him. He does spot him out, and he manages to find one. Is he going to be able to clutch the situation out? This is where he slowly, steadily sneaks upside, finds that opening, he finds that visual, and he's going to be converting that visual into a kill. And as always, Sai as well, having a great time playing that SOA. I just got to say, Sai with a brilliant play in the end. Just walked all the way up the ropes, and then, well, no, he didn't really expect Sai to be there.
Yeah, just beautiful gameplay from EXO as a whole. And I feel like from Enigma, they're starting to really get suppressed in the way they want to play. They're starting to get denied, and you can see the lack of confidence clearly showing, where I feel like even though Rafiel's flank got denied, I don't think he's the sort of player to just give it up. I feel like he's the sort of player who would keep going, but right now without that confidence, he did not keep going, and they had no information. EXO just held on to their positions and went for the late execute, and it panned out beautifully because that was just the bonus. Enigma losing this buy round will mean 4th round now in this map, and still no operator for Rafiel. Round by round, they're losing parts of their key win condition, and given the fact that it's already 1-0, it's starting to hurt them a lot. Look at this B-long control given up for free Ghost, translating that into a kill. But Vexy on the other side does manage to take out Sai, so it's a 1-for-1 on the map.
Yeah, that was a great shot from the Marshall there from the side of Vexy. As I did say, Vexy is definitely the one who's stepping up now. Instead of Easy, Easy's kind of having a chill pill at this point. He's taking things a little easy, but he needs to step himself up as soon as possible. Excali there, taking out the Viper. This is going to be absolutely massive. The B control, look at that. I mean, Ghost is already able to kind of find himself B control. Now, this is the exact strategy that Global Esports uses, right? Ghost is kind of playing like, we have... But now, finally, Ghost is able to find himself such a map control. He's able to flank all the way from the back. He's
left.
able to wrap around. And now Ghost is literally kind of playing like SK Rossi. Yup, this is the same strategy that Global Esports uses. And Ghost is the man who's kind of playing like SK Rossi at this point. Because Rossi is able to find himself so much entrance or so much space on the side of B while his teammates work around on A.
Right now, Enigma really need to put on their thinking hats and try to understand what is the vulnerability in EXO's composition and playstyle that they can look to exploit and try to force a way in back into this map. And the immediate answer to that comes that they don't have a killjoy. So on EXO's flanks, they're heavily reliant on players to watch it. So even if you try to aggressively take control of one area, try to flank them using the aggressive control, maybe you can answer back. Because right now, EXO are controlling every bit of pace of how each round plays out, and Enigma have no say in it. They react to EXO's situation, and they're not able to react nearly quick enough, therefore putting them in an extremely disadvantageous spot. Like so, this round, they took a very aggressive mid control, but if you notice, they haven't popped the wall just yet. Now gonna go on to the rotation on the A side, likely pop up the wall and try to set up the Viper's pit for the execute.
Exactly. 40-0 scoreline, as you did mention. They control each and every single bit of this map. Each and every single bit, each and every single momentum that's going on in their favor. It just seems really calculated play. So that was a great shock dart. Viper getting tagged up. Any kind of chip damage at this point is really important. Another one at the same place. Badman, I don't really know why you staying at the same place. Again, gets tagged up by the snake bite. And yup, Excali just strolls in. Finds two for himself. Viper's pit being inbound as well. This is an easy side take again. Now, I don't really feel like it's going to be an easy. It's going to be easy to get the retake happen because the way the post plants are looking like, they're looking really strong. Look at this. Vexy tried to kind of climb out of the rope there, but he got instantly denied by Sai, which was watching and making sure no one's aggressing onto him. Hika again. He is trying his best to kind of keep himself up top there. Vexy, how are they going to be stepping inside this? Look at this. This is just absolutely massive. But yep, as you did mention, this could have been absolutely huge. But no, Ghost is there to deny both of them. Hika as well just straight out drops in his crosser. And Ghost, of course, will be converting that into a kill. And now Ghost decides to fall back. And what just happened? Ghost with a game-changing play. That Viper's pit was game-changing. And at the same time, those two kills found, Enigma just got completely destroyed.
Yeah, Enigma got obliterated by Ghost right there. Ghost like, you're gonna throw the recon at me? You wanna know where I am? Well, here you go, tada! Finds 2 kills out of nowhere, just destroying any hope they had of the retake. And with that, Enigma now down 5 rounds on the defense nonetheless. Like, we know how strong EXO can get on the second half because we saw it in the first map. But while we've seen EXO be extremely proficient on the attack in general, on Icebox particularly, given Ghost's performance on Split, like that defense with the operator does become something to get excited about. But for now, Enigma, it doesn't even look like we'll get to see the whole story because they're getting obliterated completely. But Raw Fuel, this is what I was talking about. Try to exploit the lack of a guaranteed flank checker the way the Killjoy is. Raw Fuel gets the aggressive push from Belt, picks up 2 easy tabs. With the Phantom especially, that's so satisfying.
Yeah, exactly. But now, aggression, I mean, a massive change in pace being shown from the side of Enigma. They're not going to be holding back anymore. Instead, they're going to be taking those aggressive peaks. But as long as you're able to win those aim duels, that's what really matters in an aggression kind of being shown. But on the other hand, Ghost, as always, he's able to sneak in through yellow now. He's walking in. That's a great Viper's wall to deny any kind of info, but oh no, got spotted out by that recon, and this can be a little problem, but no, says Ghost, denies me completely. Manages to find Badman, an easy side control being taken as well. How are they going to be able to retake back now? Just tell me one thing. Gopes, with that snake bite taking him out, that was okay. Well, I would definitely want to see a replay of that. Hunter's Fury being utilized to stop any kind of plan happening, but still the Sage is able to make it out alive. I don't really know how that happened. Vexy, but now on the other hand, Ghost is trying to find himself some kills. He's already found himself a 3K and a 4K, and as you did mention, it seems like Ghost has finally woken up. The beast has woken up.
Oh my god, I already know what the grave is gonna start looking like, because after this start where Rafael picks up 2 kills, it's 5v3. If Enigma is not able to win this round, then I don't know which round they will be able to, because look at this, they don't need to heavily contest this B-side execute. They have the retake wall, as you note on the minimap. 5v3 is an easy retake. They just need to hold on, but they don't. They hold aggressive angles. Gopes finds one with just a snake bite, and Ghost finds a 4K for himself to secure a 6-0 lead now for Team EXO. Enigma are falling apart, and they need to try and pull themselves together, because this is an opportunity for them to directly go into the finals now. Excali does find 1 kill with a very aggressive push down mid. Goes with another. Badman did trade one out, but he's very low now, and he's stuck in that yellow angle. While EXO, they've got mid, they've got the side, but look at Rafael. Very aggressive push. He's denying that mid control, and now EXO are stuck. It's all down to Badman to hold on. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, as you did mention, this nade can be really close. Yes, it was. I mean, Ghost did manage to find that entry. Rafael there to trade things out. Side Dreams. Well, it's a 2-on-3 situation. As always, EXO does have a massive advantage. With this kind of a recon, Vexy's position being revealed, Ghost knows exactly where Vexy is, peeks out. Vexy is ready for both of them. He takes care of both of them as well. But Ghost is on a 3K. He's looking for the 4K, that's for sure. Rafael is there, ready. And yup, Rafael peeks out right into Ghost's crosshair. And a 4K for Gopes. He could have converted that into an ace, but unfortunately couldn't. But hey, as long as they get the round in the back, that's what that really matters for the EXO at this point in time, because the momentum is absolutely massive. Imagine getting yourself 7 rounds and the enemy team isn't really able to get even a single round.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, all I've got to say is that I'm very glad that this is double elimination. This is just the upper bracket final. So I was going to say if Enigma lose this, but at that point, that if seems very close to when. But I'll just say if, because there's still a chance. So if Enigma loses this, they end up going to the lower bracket to face off against Arrow, who they've already beaten in the Wildcard Qualifier. So it should be easy for them to set up a date once again against EXO in the finals. But right now, I don't think, like in this stage at 7-0, even with this timeout coming through for Enigma, the discussion isn't going to necessarily be about what's going wrong, more about what's going on in the heads of Enigma, because it doesn't feel like they're on the same page. It doesn't feel like they're in that right note, where this is not the Enigma we regularly see.
Exactly. 7-0. Timeout was being shown again from the side of Enigma. And gotta say, this was the map pick of Enigma. They're getting destroyed in their own homes.
Yeah.
And this is not really good. They're getting destroyed in their own houses. And we don't really like to see. That means Enigma will have to step things up a little bit more. They need to make sure that the way they're getting destroyed up till now isn't really acceptable, because a team like Enigma, they have a massive reputation, and up till now they're getting absolutely destroyed. Ghost just walks in, but Vexy is there to finally stop him and stop the momentum that Ghost was creating for himself. The resurrection coming in through, and I don't really know why Vexy decides to look away. He could have actually converted that into a kill, but Wimp now just straight up drives by him, manages to find a kill easy there to deny that aggression from Ghost. Ghost a little too overconfident just because he was able to do so much damage, so a lot of confidence was being shown. But hey, it's fine. They still do have the side control. They have gotten the spike planted. The post plants are looking pretty strong as well. Let's see how Enigma is able to make this into a retake, but up till now it's looking really impossible. Yep, as I did mention, it's a 2-on-3 situation now. Soa does have the Hunter Fury available. Is that a resurrection being utilized as well? I don't know. Excali wanted to step up, but that's a great flick right up Hika's head. Gonna be denying him. Badman is with the Ghost, able to take down his Excali, but Vimp here is ready. We do have the Viper spit being utilized as well, and yup, he did try to stick it in, but yup, he does manage to find himself that halfway. But EXO, again, just sealing the deal on the last 2 men alive from the side of Enigma.
8-0 for Team EXO. Their push on this attacking half of Icebox has been infallible. Every time Enigma looked like somehow they might pull it back, EXO just put another nail in and be like, you cannot sit. And they make them sit every single time. Perfectly executed, perfectly played on the post launch. They keep the Viper in the pit and they're able to use the Hunter's Fury to just make sure that there's no way a diffuse goes off. Enigma now, they have got the operator for Raphael. The last round was just an eco, but at this point, like, you have to just pull off a miracle. There is nothing short of a miracle that will be able to put Enigma back in the map, and maybe Raphael can leave him to start it off. Pulls off really nice first kill, and does manage to survive, knows that the spike is here, and the player is on belt. Needs to be very careful about when.
Oh,
What? How? His hand? Did he? Oh.
Yeah, he shot his fist. Yeah, he shot his fist that was actually holding the gun.
Oh God, that's disgusting.
Yeah, that is definitely disgusting, but I don't really know why even Excali was holding that angle, because he did know he wasn't really able to escape away. That means he should have expected him to be there and try and play things a little bit more safe. But yeah, again, but that was a good shot though. I mean, props should be given there. On the other hand, Enigma as well, I mean, within a blink of an eye, they have managed to find themselves an advantage, a massive advantage. Now, even if they manage to lose this one as well, I don't really know what to say anymore. But Vexy, I like how patient he's being here. He's letting them have the control, but Ghost peeks right in his crosshair, still manages to win that duel. How, Vexy? Oh my God, this is getting me off my chair at this point. I'm actually standing because this is just getting so hyped. Because imagine if Enigma manages to lose this round, this can be the clutch of the century.
2v4 is certainly going to be one of the century, because Enigma even have a lockdown and there's barely enough time to get the spike planted. The turret is just going to get revealed, but Ghost inside, he's trying to kill and the bot will go down. Now 2v2 and the lockdown has been taken off the board because Easy is no longer alive. Now both of the players coming in from the flank, and EXO do not know this. They will be made aware as side gets taken down. Batman able to find the double and to keep the hopes and dreams of Enigma alive, exactly as you said. Enigma players will be thanking, well, maybe not God, but definitely Batman for that round, and just for the idea of keeping them like a bit calm. Because if they lose that from 2v4, then they will definitely just break down. They will lose the morale, they would lose confidence, and it would be the end of their dreams to try and pull us the map.
Oh my God, I'm not gonna lie, that actually got me so anxious. I was like, no, don't tell me they're gonna lose this, because this is getting too close. And oh boy, well, finally the opening has been found here. It's 1-8 at the scoreline. We never know, a comeback might just happen, just like how it happened in the previous round as well for EXO. Nothing much can be expected, but again, things are looking quite slim. Chances quite slim. You do have the hour drone as well to scout anything out. Raphael's position being known. That's why Raphael instantly decides to back off, which is a good decision. On the other hand, though, again, an aggressive control being shown from the side of Enigma. Hopefully, they're able to convert that aggression into some kills.
Look at this now. Ghost's position is so key. He's on the
Oh
board.
my God, what?
Finds Hika just completely off guard with his pants down. The first bot picked up for Team EXO, and now they can use this position to come back onto B side, because Enigma have zero information. They have no idea where EXO's players are. Their last known positions are the same, yes, but Enigma don't know this. So Vexy, trying to fish for some information by himself, does spot out Ghost, but the shots are whiffed, and Vexy goes down, and just like that, EXO will once again refocus their attention onto this A side, try to get Ghost in there, and if that low health Viper can get the Viper spit online, well, that's just GGWP with this round.
As you did mention, it's just GGWP. I mean, I just want to keep a moment of silence at this point for Enigma, because this is a perfect example of a casual stroll on a summer's day. Throughout the map, this is what they have been doing. And EXO is able to dominate single-handedly. 9 rounds in their hands, and on the other hand, Enigma only has 1. What happened? Icebox is your map, Enigma, and he just seems so out of sync, out of nowhere. Look at this. So many questionable decisions being made from the side of Enigma, and they just seem so lost. Like, even the peaks that they take, even the angles that they're looking at, it just seems like they're... I don't know, it just doesn't really seem like they're focused in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like Enigma has just like they've lost hope, you know, and that can be
Yeah.
very troubling because they still have another series to play if they lose this. Rafael now going in for the aggressive plays, but all but one knife misses and does mean that he is gonna get chased down, but easy there. His backup does straight out and take out Excali. Now Ghost on the other side of the map will find the kill trade and take out Badman. It will mean it's a 4v4 on the map, and this mid push from Rafael with just one knife, very crucial right here, very aggressive, doesn't even have the dash, needs to land the headshot, but doesn't, instead has to just back up because all he landed was a body. Ghost gonna use that place effectively, find that first kill, and now set up for a mid to be.
As you did mention, and now they're going to be setting themselves up for a mid to be. Man, I'm lost of words at this point. The way EXO is playing. Ghost again on their aggressive end, and as we did all see, now Ghost is finally woken up, and the Beast is woken up. That means things are going to be really tough for Enigma. But hey, guess what? Rafael's crispy aim is there to deny Ghost this time. Inside this round, Ghost has been shut down. The man advantage is looking good, but still on the side of EXO. Now, Rafael, with his crispy aim, let's see what he's able to make things happen, because now he was solo or single-handedly rely on his insane aim, and this is what, I mean, pretty much he has been doing throughout, because up till now, the tactical nature from the side of Enigma does seem really lost. On the other hand, EXO, though, they just seem so well synced. Each and every single thing they do is looking really good, because we're seeing trade game being played from the side of EXO, which is absolutely fantastic, especially in this level of competition. Now, Rafael has already managed to sneak in quite a lot. He's not going to be able to find any kills. Ghost is there, and just easily he's able to take both of them out.
Yeah, and I really like the decision from Gopes and EXO right there to not pop the Viper's Pit in that particular side, because you don't want to play deep angles in the Viper's Pit in a 3v2, because that allows them to isolate the positions, especially in a much more convoluted setup like the way the Viper's Pit is. So instead they're like, you know what, we have more than enough time to just take yellow and long for ourselves. That way we can even play on the snakebite post plants if we need to, and the way they will have to do the retake without any utility for them will be directly into our crossfires, which is exactly what happens when EXO pick up the round. So tiny decisions done correctly for EXO has currently got them to a 9-round lead, 10-1 on the scoreboard, as they look to pick up this map and series and get to the Grand Finals Wildcard Qualifier. Rafael, though, continuing to be a thorn in EXO's side. So far, the thorn hasn't caused any bleeding, but maybe this first blood and Enigma can cause some bleeding for EXO and really, you know, rip a chunk out of their momentum.
Side entrance has been found. Viper's Peak being utilized as well. That means EXO have a side for themselves. But oh no, look at that as he did that shit. He just dashes away the right nick of time. Hunter's Fury being utilized as well on the other side. They're still not really able to find any kind of info, nor any kind of damage has been dealt. Until now, EXO looking really strong just because they have the Viper's Pit. That means Gopes again is playing the main key inside this entire thing. Because of the lockdown, Gopes will be decided to force away from his position, and he's still able to find those trades by back and forth. And now, it's a 2-on-3 situation. That means one man is still alive. Gopes able to find another one. Gopes is just always making those impossible clutches looking possible. And what? Gopes! Oh my god, how is Gopes so good? He's able to step in all the time. Even though he's playing a controller, he's playing like a duelist. Oh my god, he's just making those massive plays happen.
It's just what happens when you put a more reserved agent on a cracked player. Straight up just cracked player. It reminds me of Tapper in a lot of ways with the way his aim is. 21-3-5 right now. Gopes dominating Enigma, and I mean, Blackhawk just, we've seen this from him consistently, but the level of performance he's able to bring to the table here shows how much Wildcard really means to Team EXO. They understand the importance of securing that final spot in the VCC playoffs, and they're giving it their all to make it happen. Now, 11-1, the sides have switched, and EXO, their momentum will not, still so damn aggressive. Ghost and Excali, the duelist moving in through those Viper smoke. They've taken a lot of DK damage and a couple of bullets, I think. So now they're going to back up, but they've given it back as well. Badman on very low health bars will mean this A side executes slightly more difficult, but the positions are there already for EXO. A 4-man stack, they're trying to deny it before it even happens.
Exactly, look at him now. Down to 20 HP on lead. Well, in the second half, this is going to be the saving grace for Enigma, but no, they're getting obliterated. They're getting destroyed. They're getting getting completely demolished. And what's going on? EXO, stop it, please. You're bullying them.
I mean, there is, I guess, a little bit of a silver lining to this, like a very, very, very small silver lining. It's the fact that they do not have to play many rounds in their loss, so they're technically more refreshed for their next matchup.
Oh
in
my god,
the
come
low
on, CA.
bracket
No,
finals.
no, you
I said it was a tiny silver lining,
No.
because they lost so fast, it means that they can't be physically
No, CA,
exhausted.
no, you're bullying them as well, please. Don't do this.
Oh
I
my
feel bad for
God.
Enigma. No, I still believe in you guys. I know you guys can go. You guys can fall through here. You guys can come through. But hey, again, Enigma for their last shot in the finals. After this loss, Enigma is going to be moving down to the lower brackets. That means they're going to be facing Arrow, which is from the Pakistan region, and this could be a massive matchup as well. But now, Enigma for their final shot here in the final round. For their redemption, for their revenge. Is Enigma going to be able to do it? Ladies and gentlemen, let's create some hype here.
Once again, Rafael with a really aggressive push in. He's got a lot of side control for himself. And
Oh!
Jet versus Viper on the
Okay.
flank now. Easy with a really nice shot. Finds one. And Batman with another. The floodgates are
Oh,
open. Enigma
okay.
are going in. Hiko will find the third one to Excali. And now the wall coming down to deny screens. They've got the guns for themselves. And they've now got the blunt. Now the blunt is for Sandwich. So a wrap around very key. But instead they're just going to call the Viper back and play on the post plant. They don't care because they know their sheriffs are hitting. Hika will pick up another, and Gopes, the best call right now is to go for a save. But he's the top fragger, so he does what he wants to, and he's going for a 1v4.
Wow, okay.
Will not pan
Okay.
out. Enigma pick up the round, and yeah, as I said, alright. It's still
Okay.
very far-fetched, but if it was to happen, well, it needed to start.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the only, as I did mention, this was the only golden chance they had, and I mean, yeah, they completely aced it. They got themselves the golden chance. Now, let's see how are they able to stop the momentum that the enemy team, which is going to be EXO, has built over them. But up till now, I mean, oh my god, EXO is going to be forced on in eco without a doubt. Yep, this is what they're going to be doing. They're not really going to be showing a lot of confidence in here. Instead, they're trying to play things out a little safe. I do like seeing this. Ghost did get spotted. A little tax coming in through, but Ghost instantly decides to back off. He does know. I mean, there can be a chance that they would be able to convert this round, but I'm expecting Enigma to actually seal the deal on this round as well because they have guns, I mean, upgraded guns, better guns. So I'm expecting Enigma to actually dominate their way through on this round at least. EXO, still, we're not really seeing any aggression being shown. Things are looking pretty calm and cool and collected.
Enigma keep coming back to this A side though. They took that early B-long aggression, they got control, but now they're starting to regroup onto A, going for an execute. The recon to start it off. Excali still holding on to this vertical screens angle, got the heal, but Wimp ended up going down, meaning Excali in an impossible position. This is the eco for EXO, so it's all about trying to do some damage, try to hurt the momentum of Enigma, but so far they have not managed to touch them at all. Enigma looking for a flawless. And while Sai makes sure that that will only happen in their dreams, it will still be another round picked up for Enigma Gaming as they look to rally back, look to pull back strong at the very edge of the field.
One enemy remaining.
Well, I mean, yeah, another round. I'm not surprised with that one, but yeah, I mean, I'm literally having neutral face at this point because I still don't know what to expect, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Enigma, one round given away, one literal single mistakes. That means that's going to be costing them the complete round. And this is what they're doing, right? We have been seeing a lot of mistakes being made from the side of Enigma. And to make flawless executions happen all the time, I mean, the chances are pretty low. But hey, I've always been a believer. So I can pretty much try and believe it all the time as well. But hey, EXO now are giving their best shot as well in here. I'm pretty sure they're getting curious as well. They just want to seal the deal as quick as possible. This is why Sai's being aggressive. He manages to find the opening. That's a massive opening as well. The duel is being taken out early up. Badman there to kind of trade things out. But yup, on the other hand, they don't even have a solo. That means then the info that they could have gotten has been denied by a lot.
Alright, now look at this. 4v4 on the map, and the heal coming through for Badman will mean that the health bars are more or less even. Of course, the loss of shields will still be felt, but it's not that big a difference. Now, using that Viper smoke, they're going to go for the slow rotate through the tube. understanding that the Sage Wall is not there in kitchen. They should be able to get kitchen control, but instead just gonna back up, wait for a second, trying to catch out EXO in some aggressive moves, but EXO is not doing that. Instead, Enigma, look at this. I love this fake. They make the noise on those tubes as if they're going up, but instead they walk back
30
into
seconds
this
left.
near side. But EXO, oh my god, the mind games are real. They're like, nah, we don't expect you to actually take kitchen, but we'll give you the respect. So they commit onto side. You see Excali pulling back so he can back up side while holding the defensive angle. EXO are going to get rewarded right now for their right read.
But that was a great storm as well. They just bought them so much time to reposition themselves. EXO managing to find themselves too, but Enigma, again, they do have the man advantage, but the main problem here is both these lads don't really have a lot of HP left. Resurrection's inbound now. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. I'm expecting them to actually get this round as well in their bag. 3-on-2 situation, actually a 2-on-1 now. Gops trying his best to kind of even things out here. Gops, of course, is the clutch maestro here. He has been doing a great and fantastic job throughout. No, he falls down. Vexy falling in accuracy, and Gop clutches it. Or no, actually, Badman is the one. Okay, my bad. Dude,
I got
I'm just
confused for a
yeah,
second.
I got
like, wait,
yeah.
Enigma did win, right? Like what?
Yeah.
We're just so used to go down.
Yeah. We're just so used. Yeah, man. I mean, Gops all the time. He did able to take out 2, right? And I did have kind of. I was like, all right, Gops. This is where he probably clutches, right? There's no way he's gonna be messing this up. But hey, I mean, it seems like Badman is just. I mean, the observer actually switched in the last second. That's why it just got so confusing.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, this time Batman able to deny the clutch to ropes, pick up the round for Enigma, and once again push EXO onto an Eco. Now we've seen how Ecos can turn tables with the place up, so we'll see if Ghost is able to back it up. Does find 1 kill, but the instant trade does come through for Vexy. And so far that trade is valuable for Enigma because they gain territory for it, they gain B-long control, and now with the drone they will be able to get the site itself, get the plant down, and then play on the post plants with the sneak fight.
Well, again, a barrier being utilized. Enigma, they're probably going to be getting the plant off. They're able to win some back-to-back rounds. This is where, I mean, yeah, a little bit of, I'm expecting a little bit of mental being shaken from the side of EXO. Because the momentum is definitely looking huge. And yep, Badman, if they're going to be handing over free kills like that, that's going to be a little problematic. Badman finding himself to Wimpy taking out the game. It's a 2-on-4 situation now within a blink of an eye. Yep, and within a blink of an eye, they seal the deal as well on this round. 5 rounds in their hands, and 12 rounds on the hand of EXO. And yeah, I mean, I feel like we have to hit a reality check over here that a lot of rounds have already been given away from the side of Enigma, right? And to make a comeback happen, it's like 99%. I feel like it's not really going to be possible.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah,
but there's still that 1%.
Exactly, there still is that 1%. So maybe Enigma is still able to use this momentum, but they have to win 7 rounds back to back, man. They cannot afford a single mistake, a single moment where their aim goes wrong is not affordable. But look at this, Gopes with an aggressive push forward, gets the ult off for himself, and now will set up the Viper's Pit to deny A control. This allows for a much more defensive setup from the side of Team EXO. They're just looking to hold on to their angles and wait and try to find information mid-round. Now, Sai doesn't know that they're there, but because that smoke going up, anticipates, and a beautiful short dot from him, taking 2 members of Enigma down real low. Gonna call Excali over into hut now. If Excali can mow them down in kitchen with the nade, this could all just be over for Enigma Gaming.
Oh no, I feel like this is it. Yep, I'm feeling it. EXO, it will probably seal the deal in this one because they already have gone so much advantage. As you did mention, those shock darts just played such a massive role throughout and tagged up 2 lads down low. Because while it's down low, on the other hand, I don't really know what to expect from Badman because he's also down low. But yeah, the aggression here is not expected. Gopes is so unaware of Badman. Oh my god, yep, this might just be an easy kill, and yes it is! They found the opening onto the A side here. They are going to be converting it into a second one. Badman already has a 3k for himself. He also has a Viper's Pit available. Going to be using it without a doubt, and also they've got the spike planted. 25 seconds left in the clock. It's a 2-on-3 situation. What do you think, Socia? Is this possible to make a comeback?
I mean, it's definitely possible, but look at the position of Excali. He's got himself into Raptors very, very quick, and they don't have a vertical player to actually check him. So now going to get himself into the pit. Now it's all about how he gets in there, because if he's going to pre-fire the way he is right now, the recon will come through and he'll have to reposition, uses 1 satchel to reposition, and that's costly because he could have double satchel into the pit. Now with Wimp ready to go in. It's going to be Wimp leading the charge, slowly checking every single corner. But Batman is in a very defensive position, finds the 4K. Batman looking for the ace, and I don't think he's going to find it because Excali is going to go for the save. But it doesn't matter because the round is picked up from a very tough position. Enigma Gaming pull it back using the size of the map to perfection, finding the rotations in the nick of time, and using the ultimates they have available to themselves. Because right here, you look, Ghost finds a double. Now Batman finds a trade, and instantly they're thinking about rotations. So they start rotating around. They find Gopes out of position, not in his pit because he doesn't have any player covering mid. So in that moment, taking out Gopes was the opening door for Enigma into this round, because then they were able to get out the side, get that Viper split online, and secure the round. If Gopes actually finds the kill, then the Viper would have Viper for EXO would have been the one laughing over Enigma, not vice versa.
Exactly. Look at that recon. Oh no! Excali gets, yeah, as you did mention, lol. That was definitely a lol moment. Or I would say a bro moment without a doubt. But now, on the other hand, EXO. Well, I mean, still, the man advantage has already been given away this early up. That's a great Hunter's Fury as well to flush anyone out of their position. And this is what exactly is happening. Vex is just doing such a great job, forcing them out of their defaults. Same thing went with Side Dreams. Unfortunately, he got taken out, but oh no, that was a massive drop sound being made. Ghost is aware of raw fuel, but instead he gets himself an entry, and no! He got no! We don't like to see that, Ghost! Oh my god, that hurt my eyes, not gonna lie. That definitely hurt my eyes there. That was quite shaky. That was quite sticky there. But yeah, now raw fuel is holding off here. Ghost pretty much knows it's impossible to clutch this round out, so it's just trying his best to at least like make it out alive from this situation, or at least try and go off with some damage. But no, it's going to be the answer. Raw fuel denies Ghost. Another round being secured. 7 rounds now, and hey, it seems like Enigma now the chances are increasing. I feel like from 1% now it's down to 2%.
Wow, savage Necro. I think it's definitely more than 2%. But right this moment, Excali be like, well, he can't go quickly on the rope to try and dodge the recon because then his position will be known and they'll wallbang and kill him. He can't go slowly because then recon will spot him and they'll wallbang and kill him. And Excali be like, do I go quick? Do I go slow? Tries both and ends up dead. Him being picked off meant that the rest of the round was just a set of dominoes, because you could see the instant execute triggered for Enigma and they pick up the round win. And with that, as we were talking about, the chances are definitely increasing, but it's still all EXO need, all they've always needed for the past 5 rounds is 1 round going their way. So EXO just gonna hold on and this time change up their default. Hopes holding on to Kitchen, gonna catch Batman on the look, and this is huge. Without this Viper, Enigma won't have any actual side denial to go in. So instead, they're going to rely on this lockdown to get them through. But Sai has his Hunter's Fury. He's ready in this corner. Enigma going to get caught off guard as they try to get this A-side execute on.
As you did mention, Sai's ready with his Hunter's Fury. He's just waiting for that plan, you know? He's just waiting for that tick to be heard, and instantly it's probably going to be like, I am the hunter. I don't know. I tried to kind of mimic it, but I don't know if that sounded actually good or bad. I'm pretty sure it was bad. But yeah, getting my head back in the game here. Excali does have a showstopper available. That means there is a massive chance that a retake might just be possible. At the same time, they also do have a resurrection. They have 3 ultimates in total. But I don't, yeah, I mean, they can utilize all of them, right? If they actually do want to see the kill on this round. They just need 1 more round. And no, what? No, Excali messes it up. Wow. It's okay. I feel like from at this point, from a Rosa ult, it's down to a Kelly ult now. But Gopes, oh, he steps in huge. It's fine. He's trying to kind of seal. He's trying to kind of fill up the void that Excali made. But he caught there. He manages to deny Side Dreams. That was a great lockdown being utilized from Easy. That just gave him so much time to reposition. It's a 1-on-2 situation now. Ghost manages to find one. And again, Ghostman's second one. And oh no, well, it's time to say bye-bye to Enigma from the upper brackets. Because, well, they're going to be moving down to lower now.
The former player of Enigma Gaming will put the final nail in the coffin of Enigma Gaming and secure the win for Team EXO. You can see a bit of, I would say, how do I say this properly? A bit of confusion in the faces of EXO because they were caught completely off guard by the comeback Enigma pulled off, with relief as well. because they pull off a 2-0, they keep my prediction true, and they move on to the grand finals of this final qualifier as they look to get themselves a spot in the VCC playoffs. Enigma Gaming, they'll be going down to the lower bracket and looking to set a date, once again, a rematch with Team Arrow, the team they beat to get to this current match they played. So definitely Enigma Gaming going with an advantage objectively, but after this loss, they either have to be really down low and hurt, their confidence low, or they have to be angry and it might just be a quick 2-0. So we'll see which Enigma we get to see.
Yeah, as you did mention, their mentality might just be dropped down completely. Though I'm expecting the chances of the first option is really more, because after getting obliterated just like that, they did try their best to kind of make a comeback happen. In the end, it did really seem like they're trying to surmount themselves, trying to gather their emotions and then trying to, focus completely in the game. Yeah, they did seem quite well synced, but I feel like if they would have shown the same thing before, it would have been way much more useful than just giving away 12 rounds and then you just have one round in the hand and then you just try to win back-to-back rounds. Yeah, I mean, props should be given there. They did try their best, but hey, now let's get back to the reality that they are in the lower brackets, and on the other hand, EXO has moved into the finals.
Yeah, exactly. Team EXO continuing their history as they got a 2-0 win over Enigma in the India Qualifier semifinals. Now again a 2-0 win going into the finals, and we'll see if history does replay itself, if Enigma is able to secure that grand final slot again and try to take down EXO. Maybe third time's the charm, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, third time's the charm. And maybe that would, I mean, look, I feel like over here, our predictions were like, okay, if Enigma does lose and if they do go against Arrow, our predictions were clearly here, it might just be a 2-0, right? Because we have seen how Arrow plays. And from what I've known, Arrow is pretty much an aggressive team, right? On the other hand, Enigma, we can at least expect a little bit more as the executions from their side. So, of course, Enigma does have a lot of tactical advantage, but we can't really rule Arrow out. They have some cracked aimers in their entire lineup. Yeah. So, Arrow as well, I feel like this is going to be a match worth watching without a doubt, because I mean, I'm pretty sure viewers are as well pretty just stoked to watch this coming up, because they knew this was coming up. So viewers are as well, I'm pretty sure they're stoked, and I just really want to find out what's going to be happening. But yeah, getting our head back in the previous game, Sai, as always, just sticking it onto Soa, and it seems like he has been doing a great job up till now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sai has been such a crucial component of Team EXO's success. His versatility and his consistency, especially, like the consistency part is so humongous, because I feel like that's the biggest thing we missed from Sai in all previous iterations of this roster, where he had amazing high moments, but he had really low moments as well, where in certain days he's just not able to turn up, and that inconsistency seems to have completely disappeared. I feel like he started to take a much more senior role in this squad, understanding that it's about trying to shape the younger talents, especially a player like Ghost, and try to get them those extra resources so they can succeed, and therefore the team can succeed as well. And it's really important to have that different type of players in your team to try and bring a perspective from every angle possible and help you gain the victory as a team together rather than on the basis of individual players. So I'm excited to see more of how Sai's development really factors into the VCC playoffs if EXO makes it, because that's where he will truly be put to the test, like it'll be fire on the brimstone. So we'll see if it does end up working out. For now, though, EXO, triumphant 2-0 win, and I think without a doubt they've established that with the exception of Breeze, they are extremely good on all other maps. I'm excited to see what they even have stored in Breeze, because maybe tomorrow we actually get to see that in the finals.
Exactly, but now I had a little bit of smile on my face because I remember that ultimate from Excali there. He actually tried to double satchel and completely missed it. I can already imagine that one single ultimate could have been game changing, and it just blasted completely on his face. And just a little too late on the trigger there, bud. Maybe next time you'll be able to get it. And this was, the second time he actually missed his ult as well. Even in the map of Split, he actually missed his ult. So I feel like at this point we can pretty much, whenever someone misses a Raze ult, we can pretty much say that's a Kali ult.
It's actually, like, generally in the community the other way around. People call it the Hika ult, and that's kind of funny because there were more Hika ults by Excali than by Hika in the matchup there. Okay, maybe we take the onus off of Hika now and be like, hey, Hika, you're back to normal. Start BMing the BMing king for his ultimate.
Exactly. I mean, it was quite funny, right? That's why I just like remembered. I was like, oh my god, that ultimate could have been game changing. But hey, a man like Gob steps in again and tries his best to kind of even things out, and he did as well. Gob's no matter how much we talk about this lad, as you did mention, he has to be one of the best controllers out there.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, he has to be like one of these top 2 or top 3, without a doubt. So, I mean, Gopes, as always, just performing on his mark. On the other hand, a man like Easy from the other side. In these late times in the Icebox, it did seem like he was trying his best to step himself up, but it just seemed like Easy throughout the day was kind of a little shut down.
Yeah, definitely. It didn't feel like Easy had the greatest of days, and I was actually a couple other players from Enigma too, where Batman, a great second half on Icebox, but
Yeah.
before that, kind of absent. We didn't really get to see the normal impact, especially on his lurks that he's known
Yeah.
for. Wasn't there at all, even in the first map, and I felt like they were losing a lot of pressure on that note because Rafael had a great series in general, but it did feel like as a rising tide lifts all boats, it felt like it was the opposite, where the more his team was going down, the more he himself seemed to be losing confidence, wasn't taking those double dips, the second peaks, the way he usually does, wasn't going for, even when he was going for the aggressive plays, he wasn't going for the aggressive peaks, was still playing cautiously with the aggression. So you can see he was a bit toned, a bit lost, I would say, and I feel like I want to see how these players are just able to settle back, just be like, okay, you know what, we lost, it's fine, we want revenge, and we just got to go through one opponent to get an opportunity for it.
I mean, yeah, now this also brings me up to a question. Now, this also gives a lot of time for us to talk about the map that's going to be upcoming in the lower brackets. Yeah. So it's going to be the India region pretty much versus the Pakistan region itself. Now, this is going to be quite interesting. But hey, hold on. It seems like we finally do have the match stats in front of us throughout the match, how it really looked like. Badman was the one who was stepping himself up from the side of Enigma. He was doing a great job. As you did mention in the second half, he did have a lot of flashy plays. But it seems like throughout the day, Godvex, he has been the most consistent lad.
You know what's really cool and definitely really lame? That the top 2 fraggers of EXO have G for their start name. So it's almost like the 2 Gs got the GG,
Oh my no. CA, what happened to you
the
today?
point
CA,
is
where's my old friend CA?
The Ghost here with 27 kills, 6 first bloods to his name. We talked about how impactful he could really be on Icebox and how he was really starting to bloom because of the support and motivation that Team EXO has shown him, and the trust really to continue on that jet roll despite not having the greatest of performances in India Qualifier 2. That trust paying off right now. He played phenomenally today.
Exactly, and on the other hand, if you were really comparing the top two kind of players from the side of EXO, if you compare the top 2 kind of players from the side of Enigma, it's the starting letters are B and G. So you can imagine what I mean to say here. So and well, but yeah, getting back here. But now again, yeah, stats do look pretty favored to the side of EXO, and well, EXO completely dominating their way through and making it to the wildcard finals. As we did predict, as CA as well predicted, it was going to be a 2-0, and that's what exactly happened. But the upcoming in the lower brackets as well, we are expecting a 2-0 as well from the side of Enigma. That means in the finals, we're going to be seeing these 2 teams again, probably. I mean, I'm just being a little too curious here to kind of judge, but yeah, we might just see Aero as well step into the final. But yeah, the chances of Enigma as well are pretty high.
Yeah, but as we expect, the MVP is Gopes. He was top fragger on map 1 and the second top fragger on map 2. That too by just like a small gap. It was just those last 2 kills Ghost got in the last round that edged him over Gopes. Otherwise, Gopes was just 1 kill behind Ghost even in the second map. So 48 kills in 2 maps, an average ACS of 294, all on a controller. Ghost just smurfed it through on this series.
Yeah, Ghost was smurfing. I mean, yeah, that is the harsh truth, right? It did really seem like Ghost was just completely smurfing it through. And finally, I'm so happy that Ghost stepped up. So what do you think? So why was he shut down in the initial days? Was it just the pressure, or was Ghost just not feeling himself?
Ghost, I mean, I think it definitely was the pressure, but also the lack of time he had to really understand his team style, right? Because when you go into a new team, the biggest issue isn't actually understanding how they play. It's understanding how they talk, how they communicate, which things they say in a certain manner, because everyone has different shorthand, everyone has different ways of communicating certain things. And for a new player, especially a younger player, to go in, he doesn't necessarily have the experience of being with different teams. It's always going to be a bit of a frightening affair, but you can see he's settled in quite well. He is starting to get back on the form that earned him this transfer in the first place.
Exactly, that definitely earned him his kind of a transfer. So Ghost, I mean, in the start, yeah, I mean, he wasn't really doing that great on the side of EXO, but yeah, now finally as he has stepped up, he's hitting his operator shot. That's kind of the main thing, right? Because in the past, I mean, Ghost wasn't really able to hit his operator shots, but finally it seems like Ghost is on track. He has kind of gathered himself up, and now in the squad of EXO is looking absolutely great because EXO, they just have so many kind of experienced lads, right? You have Gopes coming in, then you have Psy, then you have Excali. All of these are experienced player. And imagine a young talent with experienced player. Imagine like what is he up to, right? His future is already looking strong because he's a young talent. He already is playing with experienced player. That means he's going to be getting experience for himself as well. And on the other hand, I mean, especially being young, your reaction time is on point. You were mentioning as well, he was holding those small kind of cracks through the wall and he was able to find those shots as well. So of course, being young, being that young blood, your reaction's always on point. And CA, do you have any psychological comments to make about that?
I mean, it's just the fact that you always have that confidence that you're not necessarily at your peak yet, you know, when you're in that part of your phase of your career where you're still playing amazingly, but you're so young that it cannot possibly be your peak. So you get to look forward to the future and you get to work for that future. So I think Ghost is the sort of person to do that, and we'll see if he is able to do it. I'm just excited to find out how this next matchup between Enigma and Arrow is going to go. I believe we have our team setting it up right now, so make sure like you let us know what you think as well, because for me this matchup is very interesting. On one hand, you have a very proactive, aggressive team like Arrow, which is almost like mini EXO in my opinion. It's like the smaller version of Team EXO. They're very aggressive, very confident, and you have Enigma who just got beaten by a similar style of gameplay. So as you can see on the bracket, the lower bracket final is what is going to come next between Enigma and Arrow. And what do you think? Like, do you think Enigma will be able to use the experience they got from losing to EXO to take down Arrow?
Yeah, of course. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, Enigma is able to make things really close against a team like EXO. Then I feel like against Arrow, they definitely do have a lot of advantage because we have analyzed the gameplay of Arrow. Let's be honest, a truth needs to be thrown here that Arrow is really aggressive, right? And sometimes they just forget to take those tactical approaches. But the aggression also, I mean, Arrow does it quite well, right? To actually convert them into kills and try and get themselves a side control. They're able to kind of make those quick decisions. This is why Arrow as well is able to make it up till now in the wild cards. On the other hand, Enigma, sometimes they do make a lot of mistakes. So hopefully Enigma is not really able to do so, because if they do, then I'm definitely confident that a team like Arrow will easily able to compromise on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to do a lot to do with the right mentality coming in, because Arrow themselves did lose, as you can see in the brackets. In the upper bracket, round 2, Arrow lost to Enigma, but that was 1-2, so very close. So, and if Arrow can learn from the mistakes, they can definitely try to pull it back. But the clear favorites still are Enigma Gaming, because you do expect them to be just at a slightly better level in terms of understanding their style of play, and more importantly, their opponent's style of play, because they faced off against an opponent just today where they have similar styles. Like the proactive control is there in Team Arrow, it's there in EXO. They love the sky. Arrow also like to play that double initiator composition. So it's a very similar play style where Enigma have to be on their toes always and try to get the right reaction. And we'll see if they're able to use their it's sort of exposure therapy almost that they got from Team EXO to try and get the results against Team Arrow. Because the one thing is for certain, if Enigma is not able to pick up the win, there's no more double elimination, no more safety net. This is do or die. Both of the teams fighting to keep themselves alive in the VCC.
Yeah, as you did mention, both of the teams are going to be fighting their best, and I can already imagine the pressure that's going to be, on these lads. I can already imagine the pressure that Arrow is going to be in as well, because I'm pretty sure Arrow has kind of tried to do their homework. But yeah, you have the overall top players throughout, and then it seems like Insane is just absolutely insane from the crash landing on you. We did see this man just pull off incredible clutches. At the same time, this man is just really good at like making those spaces for their team and being the kind of front fragger.
The important thing to note is that Insane has more kills than Rossi over
Yeah.
just one set of qualifiers, even Thin for that matter. Both of these players have more kills than Rossi over just one qualifier, but Rossi has actually played two qualifiers, the India Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2. So it shows you the wealth of talent we have waiting for us just 1 week
Yeah.
away in the VCC playoffs. I'm excited to see them in action because
Yeah.
players like Insane, Thin, Rossi all going off against each other. We can 100% expect a ton of highlight reels to come out of that.
Beautifully pointed out by you, like beautifully. India had 2 qualifiers, and still, I mean, Rossi's only able to get himself like I think so 140 kills, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, you have like people with only one qualifier, they get themselves 143, 145 kills from Thin. This is just kind of telling us what kind of we're getting set up for the grand final playoffs. You can already imagine the intensity. You can already imagine the teams that they're going to be putting in, right? There's going to be a lot of hard work, sweat, tears, kind of gathered into their gameplay, and we're going to be seeing the best out of them because they know this is the biggest it gets, ladies and gentlemen, and there's a lot of things online.
All right, we've just got the call. We're almost ready for the next matchup. But before we actually get onto that, we're going to take a tiny break and be right back. Grab some snacks because we're in for the long ride with Team Enigma now.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on. Go. Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is CA, and joining me is Necro on the desk here as we now get ourselves set up for the lower bracket finals in this final wildcard qualifier. It's going to be Team Enigma versus Team Arrow. Now, history-wise, Enigma have already got one in the bag, but maybe Arrow can pull out a bullseye. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they can definitely try to pull off a bullseye, without a doubt. I mean, Arrow, they do have the caliber in themselves, but it just really comes down to that the aggressive nature that they take in the game, right? It just really comes down if Enigma are able to tackle them down with their tactical nature, but the chances are pretty much a lot. Of course, tacticality wins all the time over aggression, but still, if I am in their shoes, I would always choose aggression because I just don't care, right? Because there's nothing online for a player like me. But on the other hand, Arrow needs to realize that there's a lot of things online, and they need to kind of bring in that passive nature in their team. Yeah, there have been some moments we saw Arrow kind of bring in that passive nature in the game as well. But this is a time where they need to just kind of calm down a little bit more, take things a little slow, try and understand how Enigma tries to process the things out. Because Arrow, we have seen the maps that they shine are pretty much like classic maps, right? Maps like Bind and Ascent. This is where Arrow is kind of like really good. So I do want to see the bans. I really am expecting some bans out there, because one thing we definitely know, Enigma doesn't really like Ascent, right? They have been banning that since a long time. So we might just expect Enigma as well to ban Ascent out.
I really want to see Enigma ban out Haven, though, because I do not like their composition at all in Haven this age. Double Sentinel composition, and Arrow plays the double initiator, and they're really good on the map of Haven. It's been something that we've seen all the way from Qualifier 1, where protagonist becomes this really insane playmaker, and especially with the recent changes where they've got Jivix playing the solo duelist, and they've got their player playing the Sky as well with protagonist Sova. It makes Haven a really scary map that Enigma just take it away. And for the side of Arrow, like, I think it's just going to be down to which team ends up finding the right target ban, because as you said, Veto is going to be crucial.
Yeah, Veto definitely is going to be really crucial now. This also comes down to that it has like Enigma done their homework. I'm expecting they have done their homework, but on the other hand, I'm pretty sure Arrow has done their homework against Enigma. On the other hand, a team like Enigma, they had to focus a lot of things, right? They had to focus on a lot of things. They had to look around for a lot of things. So in the end, Enigma, I'm expecting them to have like not a lot of history, or to know a lot of history about Arrow. But on the other hand, I'm expecting Arrow to know a lot of history about Enigma, because of course, Enigma is a known org out there in the India region. So team like Arrow, they will have to make sure they're researching each and every single bit. They're trying to find each and every single bit of all the teams that were playing in the wild card. So a team like Arrow, we're expecting them to kind of come in prepared. But these are the predictions that we predicted. Even the audience, they're heavily relying towards Enigma, which is understandable.
Yeah, definitely. Now you can see the predictions coming in. For once, the casters and the chat all align the same way. Ocean, the only one slightly different from the rest of us, where he predicts a 2-1. The rest of us expecting Enigma to carry on the anger into this series and just get a clean sweep through.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention, just to kind of get a clean sweep through. But again, I feel like Arrow, if they have came in like really prepared, and if they're going to be throwing a lot of curveballs, just like how EXO likes to do all the time, they just kind of throw curveballs on the time. We saw in the split as well. So maybe if Arrow throws a complete curveball on the side of Enigma, or Enigma completely throws Arrow off, it's just really going to be coming down to those mind games, right? And on the other hand, we did see a lot of mistakes being made from the side of Enigma as well in the previous map. Instead, we saw the controller going and taking those fights. Hopefully, we're not really going to be seeing a lot of rookie mistakes against Arrow.
Alright, Enigma actually ban out the Ascent.
As I said.
And Arrow won't go for the target ban of Icebox. Now, I'm actually really scared for Enigma Gaming, because while Breeze is a good pick for them, it's also a good pick for Arrow. And then Breeze Haven working out as the first two maps actually increases. I still think it's very low, but there is a strong possibility that Arrow could just find the right momentum and win 2-0, because both of the first maps are strong for them. So Enigma, they putting down the gauntlet. I guess this is more of a trying to prove themselves to themselves kind of situation where they go for comfort bans rather than target bans. And usually when you see comfort bans, it tells you that a team is expecting to be considerably better than the other team. They don't care about what the other team is going to bring to the table. They're concerned with their own game.
And not just with comfort band, one thing is revealed. Another thing is revealed as well, that these teams haven't really kind of known each other for a longer time, or these teams haven't known each other better because they clearly haven't researched against each other. If they had researched, they would have definitely banned kind of these target bans, right? We would have seen that Heaven ban coming in through from the Enigma, as you did mention. But because of lack of research on both the hands, that's why they just directly went for kind of comfort bans, right? They just didn't really know what to expect from the enemy team. So going for the comfort banning, those kind of moments are definitely kind of the best things you can do. So Aero as well did the same thing, but now they're going to be facing it off on the first map, Breeze. And I personally know Enigma is really good on the map of Breeze, but considering the fact how they looked in the previous map or in those previous games, they did seem kind of lacking in that team coordination. And I feel like in the map of Breeze, you need a lot of that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also important to note the Arrow themselves, while they have traditionally always favored Breeze as a pick, in the last time they played Breeze that we saw in the Pakistan qualifiers too, they tried to change their composition and it simply did not work out. They got demolished. And it did end up meaning that they end up losing the series overall. So let's see if Arrow will go back to the first ever time we saw them on Breeze playing the double initiator, or if they'll continue on with the Astra Viper that they brought through the last time we saw them on Breeze. I'm excited to see which Arrow we get to see, and more importantly, which Enigma as well, because internationally, with the VCT playoffs happening across multiple regions, the Breeze meta has really started developing, where the obvious ones, of course, are the double initiator, double controller, but a lot of different compositions that teams have been going for have been just standard double duelist with that Viper, or simply just a single duelist with a Sage, Cypher, and a Sky with the Viper, of course, to focus more on executes. So I want to see if these teams have kept their eye on this development and maybe can bring something new from them.
Yeah, I feel like going for double controller isn't really, I mean, yeah, it is good. It has its own advantages without a doubt, but I feel like going for single controller, just like a Viper, her wall is just so useful on the map of Breeze, right? The sides are pretty much open. All you can do is just cross a wall and split the side off in two halves, and all you can do is, as an attacker, find an entry, or as a defender, you can use the retaking walls as well. So you don't really need double controllers. On the other hand, as you did mention, double initiator, that's quite important, and that's going to be giving you a lot of info as well, and overall, a lot of map control going to be helping you out.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just down to which style you want to play, because as you said, a lot of different approaches because of the compositions will tailor the way, not just how these teams play this first map, but how it goes, and how it goes will inherently decide who picks up the momentum, because both teams have to realize that they're actually very happy with the way the Veto has gone. Enigma get what they want, and honestly, so do Arrow. If Arrow had been told before the Veto, you get Breeze Haven as your first two maps, I think they would have been jumping with joy, because they are two of their best maps. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize it fully. For Enigma, the instant lock-in is going to come through. This Sova actually should get locked in by Vexy. So this is a slight change up. Enigma going for the double initiator compositions with the Cypher. So a ton of information, whereas on the other side, Arrow once again changing it up. This time they're not going to go for the double controller, coming back to the double initiator, but with a Sage in that composition. So let's see how that Sage effect comes through.
Hey, look, guess what? Butsab is back here, it seems like. Well, we're finally seeing Butsab in action as well. But yeah, I mean, these teams have faced against each other in the wildcards before, and this is the exact same composition as Enigma used against them in the past. On the other hand, I mean, of course, from Arrow, we saw the double duelist coming out as well. Butsab on that Jet, Godchild on that Reyna. Both these lads are pretty great. This is what happened in the past. Protagonist on that Sky, and then Soa. Now, pretty much it does seem like, if you think about it, in a tactical way, right? Enigma, as I did mention, they of course do have an edge over Arrow. But on the other hand, if you talk about aggression, and if Arrow is actually able to convert that aggression into kills, then Arrow might just have a really dominating lead.
Yeah, definitely. You won't have to ponder any longer, as we are already into the map, and instantly Love it from Arrow. We've seen before the Viper wall that controls the B elbow as well as mid double doors area. But Enigma are not concerned by it right now because they're all just sending it down halls as they try to take control. Rockio leading the charge, and he's definitely going to be the one with the most anger pent up after that loss because he played really well. He's going to look to continue his performance this time, trying to translate into a win.
Yeah, Rawfield, the way he just climbed over the rope, it did seem like he was quite angry, not gonna lie. And now, finally, he has calmed down. He's like, all right, we're not really able to find an entry. That means we need to find an entry somewhere else. Instead, now Rawfield decides to lurk around in the mid, which is quite understandable. But look at Butsop, though, with that cracking shot with that Sheriff. Finds one lad already. Enigma, well, they already do have a man disadvantage. And this is what exactly I was saying, right? Arrow, on the other hand, they have some cracked aimers, and you need to watch out from those. And Butsop already kind of proving my point right there. Shock darts to kind of deny anyone with that aggression. Proda, though, he has been one of the best players out there. You need to watch out from a man like Protagonist because he's just so flexible. He can also find those entries, be aggressive as well. On the other hand, Vexy replying back in style as well. But Darky just finds the another one. Trades are happening back and forth. Rawfield's flank was absolutely massive, but now he gets spotted. He's also getting tagged up. And that's a great shot from Godchild. And oh no, in the first round, as you did mention, they got completely shut down. And that lineup, yeah, he did try to kind of make a lineup happen there, but just a little too late.
Yeah, no, not a little. I'd say very, very, very late. He waited for the diffuse to come through before he threw the line. Has to know like where he is from in that A courtyard area around the attacker side spawn all the way into the pyramids area. It takes a while. You know, it's a long lineup. It's a long parabolic motion. It takes about 2 seconds, I think, or so. So you need to do it well in advance of when you think the spike is going to get diffused so it lands on time. Easy not doing it. He even had smoke. That was a free round for Enigma because he had the lineups, but a little too late, meaning Arrow do pick it up, their man advantage. That Butsop gain does pay off. Now, once again, Enigma trying to maintain their early aggression default of their halls, but as soon as they get spotted out by Butsop, they're like, no, we don't want to mess with this guy. He's already popped our heads off once. We're just going to back up. They take that A shop ult up and now going to use Rawfield's presence towards that B window to get a B execute on.
I mean, they've already got themselves force bite here. I mean, Enigma went for a force bite. This is quite risky. If they're not really able to win it, then it's going to be costing you a lot of rounds. Just because they got the spike plan, they know that they can go for a force buy. That's why they went for it. But Easy's already tagged up quite a lot. Can't really afford. Oh, that was a great flash as well. Just revealed so many positions. That means Arrow are making those rotations happen. And this is what exactly they're doing. There is a recon dart in the backlines, but it doesn't matter. That's a great snake bite to deny everything. And Arrow, they're able to pull it off again. Wow. Even though Enigma force bite, Enigma is getting absolutely destroyed up till now. And now it's all down to Rawfield. Is he going to be able to find himself one kill? And it seems like he's not really able to do so. Darky going to be sealing the deal in the second round as well. 2 rounds in the hands, and I'm expecting another round as well because now, again, Enigma will have to go for an eco.
Yeah, Enigma, the first buy not panning out whatsoever. They're put in a very bad situation and they will have to go for the eco. So we'll see if Enigma is able to actually get some damage down here because right now, Arrow are very, very happy to just, play their game. This, I have to remind you guys, is a pick from Enigma, but Arrow looking so damn comfortable because this has been a map that they've picked time and time again. Now, Enigma are able to get a couple of Sheriffs and a couple of Marshals online for this first buy, but with this wall getting them a lot of info about the Sheriffs itself, Arrow should not just play it safe and sound, but they do not. They go for the peaks and they find them. Darky and Butsop picking one each. Looks like Butsop is about to find another.
Yeah, I definitely, no, he misses. He's not really able to react in time, but he still does. That was an actual headshot. He was aiming for Rawfuel, but the shot connected on Ika. Oh, no, that's a little unfortunate, gotta say that. But yeah, again, I mean, Arrow, again, a dominating win inside this round as well. Rawfuel should be shut down, and yes, he has been. Darky getting himself that kill. Rawfuel being shut down, looking great up till now. And it seems like Arrow are off to a flying start. It just really comes down to this initial round now because both these teams are going to be having equal buys, and this should decide, or this should be the decider of the fate.
I feel bad for him, guys. Like,
yeah.
what? Where is How?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Arrow now though on a 3-0, still able to continue on with respect to most of the team, but Batsa be like, enough of this small boy sniper. Get me in with the big guns. Got his operator online, and this is the full buy for Enigma. So they're going in aggressive. The early guiding light will push Batsa out of his position and get A shop control, which means the ult picked up. Now they have that Seekers online to try and make the site execute happen. The recon bolt is huge, and now the recon drone as well will reveal MSK's position. So Enigma are very well set up for this execute. They just need to get going, especially now with Badman finding a pick down on Prota. That's to trigger the floodgates will open. Enigma will dogpile their way into the site.
Oh my god, they just walk in through it easily. Well, it's easy entry found. Two players are still alive from their side. So a Navarre, but oh no, raw fuel missing that spray. Again, a sticky situation. Those kind of mistakes are given away. That means again a breathing space and a team like Aero to work around with. And as I did mention, Aero, you can expect them not to miss any shots because they are pretty cracked. And this means Darky's back on full HP as well, as the Sky did try to kind of heal her back up. Darky now is trying his best to fight back in these kind of situations. He goes down low, but that Shock Dart is going to be finding the kill, and Darky being shut down as well. 3-1 is the scoreline. Enigma in the buy round are looking pretty great.
Yeah, Enigma definitely looking much more cleaner in the buy, and what I like is that they maintain their defaults. They take A shop control. They look to get a halls control as well, and with that they find a kill. So then they're able to get a free side execute on, and it's on the back of those Seekers which have come through because of the repeated A shot control that they've got. They're continuously getting those ult tops for them, and they're able to use it proactively. Now they are going to change it up this time, going for heavy mid control. This is very aggressive from Enigma. The guy is trying towards the mid double doors. Badman walking in while Rawfuel doesn't. He got tagged out, and he's going to be back up. Wildcard now coming through on the flank around the mid pillar. He finds a double kill. Enigma trying to pick up the pace, but they come to a grinding halt as Arrow finds them off guard.
I am impressed. Gotta say, I am impressed. The way like the coordination was being shown from the side of Arrow. Like a well-coordinated push, I would say. And Arrow getting a flawless round, not even getting any single casualty inside. And as we were talking about, you know, after that previous loss, Enigma definitely does seem kind of shaken, you know. They definitely do need a psychologist at this point, because their mentality in the game, it clearly seems like it has been shaken just because they lost, I mean, pretty massively, you know, with a massive difference, I gotta say. And I mean, EXO completely demolished Enigma. So Enigma's mentality up till now does seem kind of shaken. So Sia, you need to help them out.
I'll just say, why go for that mid aggression if your Jet isn't going to be able to dash in? You need to prioritize your Jet getting in position, and if Rawfuel does get tagged out the way he did, and he's saying he doesn't want to go for the dash, then Batman shouldn't go either. It's as simple as that. Committing without your Jet will always mean downfall, and that's what happens to Enigma Gaming. Now they are going back to the defaults, taking a shop control. They have picked up the ult off for themselves, and that does put them into a decent position, but this is still a semi-buy from Enigma, so they have to be careful with every maneuver, and a lot of pressure really on Rawfuel. So look at his position. He's just trying to cut off rotation. He's on his Blaze Storm. But look at this, Vexy actually able to pick off Prota. The True Hunter comes online, and now he's setting up the Viper's Pit. Does mean that Batsab able to sneak in a kill onto Vexy, but his position is revealed. He's getting spammed from every single angle, but it's still Batsab who picks up one. The trade does come through for easy, and finally the pace will slow down, the round will reset, and the spike will get planted. But Rawfuel on that mid post, he held it for so long, finally gets rewarded.
You did mention he was holding it for a really long time, and finally he does get rewarded with that. Arrow, though, I mean, gotta say, they're replying back fire to fire, and this is what I'd really like to see. This competition is being neck and neck. No, steps in, doesn't really check the left angle. I mean, Darky thought maybe someone's going to be on the right lines close to the spike, but there was no, but Easy completely had an off angle. Again, Easy peeks out, MSK getting caught off guard, and that's going to be it. Another round in the favor of Enigma. It's 2-4 is the scoreline. I can already feel the heat here. I feel like this one's going to be really close.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this one's going to be very stacked up, and I think it's also going to inherently decide how that next map is going to go, because if this is close, then we can expect the same from Haven. But if one team is able to pull completely away from the style in this and establish their own identity with respect to this particular series, then I think Haven will end up being a similar show, but that team will just run away from it. So right now, a good round picked up for Enigma. We'll see how Arrow bounces back. They are taking a much more aggressive peek towards B main, while Godchild just casually walking in down mid. He's got a ton of info for his team, and his team going to follow up, try to get him into the angle, but they are completely caught unaware with Enigma's positioning, because right now Enigma is just strolling in onto B side. It's completely free, completely open, and Rofio gets this mid peak. Now Godchild is able to pick up Hiccup, but that reveals Godchild's position towards this mid angle, and Rofio is out for vengeance.
As you did mention, Rofio's out for vengeance, and yes, he is. Look at how much control he has already. I mean, Rafiel is able to work all the way, or wrap all the way from the back lines. Yep, he finds another one. Darky's there on the flank as well. He manages to find one, but is he going to be able to convert it into two? That's going to be the main question. Badman working around. Vexy there to shut down Buttsop. Oh my god, the fuse being stuck. Badman realizes this, but he's also given his footsteps away. Instead, Darky's going to be the one who steps in huge, but Rafiel finds the spam, or connects the spam instead onto Darky. It's a 1-on-2 situation. I feel like if going for a save is probably the best priority because you don't even have a lot of time. It's kind of slipping away, just like sand through our fists. On the other hand, MSK, well, he is walking on the side straight up, but he doesn't really have a lot of time. But still, he challenges that fight. Rafiel is going to be the one who comes out on top. And it seems like finally he has gotten those jitters away.
Yeah, definitely. Enigma getting a free side and using it perfectly. Rafiel, the mid peak especially was huge because with Hika going down towards the A-shop area, Vexy was stuck on the lurk. There was no way for his team to join him except come through on this completely like full wrap from defender side spawn. So it meant that Rafiel needed to hold on to the pressure in mid, needed to delay the rotations and attract attention to him to free up Vexy and his teammates on the B side, where then they could get into the post plants, and he did it to perfection, picking up a 4K and the round for Enigma as they now look to control once again the pace of this matchup. They've taken A-shop control, got that ult online on Hika. The Seekers are set up and they're ready for the execute. This time though, a notable change is that Badman is on the full lurk, full wrap. So this execute is going to be extremely dependent on Rafiel. He needs to use the Seekers perfectly to clear out the players.
Seekers out as well from the sky. A lot of info in the hand of Enigma.
Oh my god.
Even the SOA drone, or even the SOA
know
Precon was able to
exactly
find that. As you did mention, that Badman flank is going to be coming in huge, and also with that neural theft, look at how much info they have. But still, they're not really able to convert it into anything crucial. Look at the Seekers out as well. They don't have any other choice rather than to back off. That's a great flash as well from Godchild. He doesn't really have any other, but he still manages to find one. He finds two. No! No, they're just peeking right in his crosshair. Easy will need to try and convert this round into a win. If he's not really able to do so, Arrow will gain their momentum and he will gain their confidence back. But oh no! Massive whiffs coming in through from the side of Enigma. This was so well executed. It just looked so good. And then out of nowhere, it just completely crumbled down. Just like the example you gave, right? He just, like, the dishes completely just fall over. He's able to catch all the dishes and then completely slides off on a banana peel.
I just don't understand why Easy is being so greedy with the snake bites. Just throw them out early and go support your team on the gunfights. There's no reason to just sit in a non-moving position with your snake bite out, waiting for so long. You lose so much time and pressure. And Arrow, as you said, perfectly executing the retake. Easy just not there, especially in that situation where he has all the information in the world from the neural theft. It's very poor to wait that long on the lineups. It's just too greedy. Your lineups aren't meant to kill them. They're meant to delay the diffuse.
Yeah.
So those personals, they need a change from Enigma because they have the executes on point, but they're losing through on the retakes, which should never happen.
Oh my god.
But look at this now. Arrow pedal to the metal, so aggressive. They find those initial engagements, deny Hall and mid control, and force Enigma into a choke point to try and take this A side fully committing. Enigma just getting punished. They will be at the butt end of a flawless as Arrow pull away now with the 3-round lead.
I have a surprising face at this point. Like, Enigma just seems so out of sync. This is not the Enigma we saw in the qualifier too. In Wildcard, Enigma, I mean, yeah, in the first game, but after that loss against EXO, it seems like they're down bad. Because Enigma right now are getting absolutely Arrow, and the main fact here is that look at the ping differences as well. I mean, Arrow have such a lot. I mean, they have a massive ping. They have a lot of ping. On the other hand, Enigma only has like 12, 16. 16 is the like the far as it goes, but still Arrow. I mean, they're able to find, again, an opening thread has been found. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to convert it into more.
Well played, but Rockfield is actually able to sneak in a kill anyways. Dashes out of the way, is very low. The blade storm comes through, misses a lot of it, but Butsov is forced to dash away, so Rockfield will gain pulse control. But look at this, Godchild on the look, pushed in from B elbow, find easy in that B main position, trying to pick up the alt top, and is able to take it down. Now 3v4, Butsov just sneaking in, threading the needle, finds Rockfield, looking for the second.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And the third cleans out Hicka, a 7-3 lead for Team Arrow. This is why I was so worried with the Veto, because Enigma, you have just played into the hands of Team Arrow. I understand that the map is not over. I understand that Enigma might just be just as good as Arrow on defense, but Arrow starting off this strong on a map that wasn't even their choice, the momentum it's going to give, especially to players like Godchild who popped the hell off. Do I even have to remind the audience about Godchild getting an ace in like the Q1 in the pistol round and then just taking over the entire map? If this player is playing like this now, imagine what happens on game.
Yeah, exactly. You definitely don't want to give the star player the confidence that they need in the start. If you do, then definitely they have the confidence, they have the mentality, the right mindset to dominate throughout the game, and you don't really want those star players to have that mindset. And it seems like Enigma at this point is just feeding his ego. They're literally feeding his ego. And if they keep on feeding his ego, I'm pretty sure Godchild is going to be stepping in huge anytime soon now. Info, that was a great owl drone as well. I'm pretty sure, yep, they're going to let that side control happen, and they're probably going to be going for the retake, as they do all the time. You still, I mean, up till now, no one's really lurking around from the side of Arrow. That's a great Hunter's Fury as well to try and deny the plant. But a Viper's Pit inbound, this is a massive investment being made from the side of Easy. Shock darts out, and oh my god, that entire ult down the drain, and Arrow just stepping in huge. He's not managing to find two. They lined up in front of him. Now it's all down to Batman. He has a massive burden on his shoulder. Spike has been planted as well. How is Batman able to secure this one? But MSK through the smoke, easily spamming Batman out the game.
And I have to point out that the dominance that Arrow is showing, a lot of it is just because of pre-match preparations. The last time these teams met in upper bracket round 2, Breeze was played and Enigma won that 13-6. But in that, Arrow was running a Jet, Reyna, doubles initiator composition. So there was no Sage. Instead, MSK was playing just the controller and the Viper, and Godchild was playing the Reyna. Now, that match they lost, but it did mean that it forced a change in their playstyle. They bring in the Sage, and you can instantly see the difference that they're able to show, because while Godchild is still being as aggressive as ever he would be on the Reyna, he's able to do it in a much more controlled manner with the utility for himself. The pop flashes are perfect, and because of this, his team is able to use his aggressiveness to play defensively on the other side of the map. Perfectly coordinated. Enigma, right now, they've got to throw a wrench in the plans of Arrow, because Arrow are just running away with it. Batman does find a nice first kill, but is going to get traded out by MSK, and that's a 4v4 on the map. The last round, and Enigma have the Hunter's Fury. They just need to hold on, but Hicka, talking about Bulis playing Sky, well, Hicka be like, hey, how did he forget about me, bro?
Hicka being crispy as always. Just with that extra crisp as well. Was just so clean. Those shots were so clean. Fleeks right onto the head. Proda is there as well. Now, oh, okay. Well, I was about to actually, talk something good about Proda, but he gets instantly shut down, so I'm also going to be pausing myself. But on the other hand, Butsop is in the mid. The operator has been shown. Rawfuel's down low with only 26 HP. He's making those aggressive. Look at this jump shot as well. I mean, it seems like Enigma, they have gained a lot of confidence out of nowhere. Rawfuel's going to be the man to put the final nail in the coffin. And, well, Arrow, pretty much, 8-4 is the first scoreline, but Arrow have a 4-round lead. That means that's going to be helping them out quite a lot in the attacking end.
Yeah, absolutely. For Enigma, this round gives them so much momentum back into their hands. They get to just take a sigh of relief. You're like, okay, you know what? 8-4 is still doable. It's not as much pressure on our pistols. We can still chill play our standard defaults. We don't need to pull something crazy out of the hat just yet. But still, as you mentioned, a 4-round lead is very nifty for a team like Arrow especially, because they are such an aggressive team. They are bound to be much better on the attack, especially on a map that favors the attackers in the way Breeze does. So let's see if Arrow is able to win this pistol and just push that momentum all the way forward, because that's exactly how they started off the first half. Now, really nice snake bite by Easy will delay. The dash still comes through, but this Jet is vulnerable. What's up in a very dicey position. The one-way just setting up Enigma for success. They take a kill off. Oh my god.
What? MSK, no, bud. Especially when you do know someone's present. Why would you not check that corner? Walks right in his front and then gets completely obliterated. Well, that pistol round, I mean, Enigma off to a great start in the second half. And this is what Enigma really needed desperately. That means we're probably not going to be seeing a force buy because the Arrow wasn't really even able to get a lot of kills, right? They only were able to get 1 kill in their hands. So that means they just don't have that much money to force buy.
Yeah, definitely. So Enigma picking up the win will force Arrow onto an eco and a chance for Enigma to utilize their buys and push all the way through. I'm not sure why Badman is just going for the Ghost. I guess did not want to go for a Marshall and could not afford a Spectre because he had to buy all of his utilities. So let's see if that ends up being an issue, because he is playing the anchor on the B side, the B backside. Such a crucial position to hold on. Now you can see for the side of Team Arrow, they've got B main control and they've left MSK with a presence towards A halls. Now going to try to use the B main control to get the B site while MSK stays on the lurk on stage.
I like how Arrow as well in the attacking end now. They're showing a lot of change at the pace. Maybe it's just because they don't have the guns they need to show that confidence. But even before this game started, right, we did mention Arrow, they definitely have a lot of confident players. They do also make those confident approaches in the game. Look at this tripwire. This might just trip the players out, and someone probably, I'm expecting them to get stuck. And oh no, that recon dart is just absolutely huge. They're able to find that, but still Arrow, oh my god, they're able to find an entry even though they were on an eco. Raw Fuel trying his best to even things out. Darky being shut down. Proda down low. He's stuck behind that pillar. Enigma is just strolling on the side, and they easily get the retake done as well. 8-6 is the scoreline, and Arrow up till now are getting shut down. But again, it's all really going to come down to this buy round. This is going to be their deciding of the fate.
Yeah, it feels bad for Badman because he was like, haha, I have one way, I will kill you. Recon both just say no. They're like, nope, your position is no, they spam him through. And the issue which I mentioned at the start, where he only had a Ghost, really ends up hurting him because he goes down. But as you mentioned, the supreme weapons for the side of Enigma panned out in the retake. They're able to pick up the round, but losing 3 weapons does mean that they don't have the bonus. They have to invest into this round, and it does mean that it puts a lot more pressure onto them. So a bit of a win-win that last round. We'll see which team is able to really use the win for themselves and come out swinging with this buy, because Arrow are going in hard for the execute. They spot out Easy, they take him out. The trade does come through for Ika, but Arrow have gained side control. It's just a matter of getting the spike down now.
Yeah, but Saab, I mean, the amount of space he was able to create for his teammates to work around, and still he did find himself that opening. That means now the defenders are going to be pushed back a little. Misses the spray, but it's fine. He's also tagged up, but Godchild, again, the confidence. How did they have so much confidence? I'm actually surprised myself. Arrow in general, each and every single lad from this team just has so much confidence built in them. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Still, look at the... Oh my god, that's a great flick. Wow. That flash being denied, that missed the info being denied as well. And at the same time, they can't just straight up work around. That was a great snake bite. Another snake bite. It bounced. Yep, it landed perfectly. That's going to be buying enough time, but it doesn't matter. Badman, the pedal to the metal. He's looking pretty aggressive. Also sticks the defuse. Probably going to be getting it. It's 78-8 is the scoreline. Enigma are finally making a comeback.
Alright, Darky. Small math lesson, alright? So, when the spike is at... So, okay, I actually got to notice. So, there was 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 55 seconds left on the spike, right? So, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm not tripping. So, the idea is that snake bite gives you... Not 4 minutes, of course.
4 seconds.
4 seconds, 55 milliseconds.
I was like 4 minutes
What that snake bite gives you is about... 8 to 12 seconds of guaranteed, but I say 8 to 12 is actually 12 because you can still halfway through and not die through the snake bite if there's no smoke. So that's why 8 to 12. So at the very least, Darky after that snake bite could have just left Ish off at 5 seconds and waited.
Enemy kill.
So just knowing your timings of your utility can be huge, but now Rafael gets his hand on an operator. The buy win resulting in this momentum shift, and Rafael really picking it up. 2 kills already down in halls. Will MSK peak? Because Rafael just happy to shoot them down like fish in a barrel.
Yeah, just peeking out through the metal doors there. Rafael he just has so much confidence at this point. He just literally has so much confidence. Now finally, oh my God, what was that, Rafael? No! Rafael with a 4K. Okay, buddy, calm down. I do understand you guys lost to Enigma with a massive kind of thing. But look at this. Batman as well is like handing over the kill to Rafael. He's like, all right, bud, go ahead and take the ace for yourself. He's getting tagged up. So much info being created there. And now finally he loses patience. Batman, no, why did you steal it away? Come on, bro.
I mean, I guess he was scared for his teammates' life. Fair enough, you know. A rifle versus a classic long-range battle is not something you want to rely on.
Oh my
He gave him his opportunity. He missed it. And doesn't matter. Because now, Enigma Gaming, 8-8. They've equalized the scoreline. They've just sort of stifled the momentum Arrow had going. And they've almost like made us forget the way Arrow were dominating in the first half because of just a few rounds. Like the last round, the way they were able to win it. And now, Rafael getting his hands on an operator. You see how damn strong he is, how damn prolific he has been. Not just in this map, but like even in the series before, continuing his individual form through. Now Rafael on the operator, very aggressive. He's already pushed in B elbow, and is giving his team a ton of information. But they get that through the recon as well. The Viper Spit now coming down. The snake bites are well placed by Easy to deny the plant, but still they get the side control. Looking at the side of Enigma though, they don't have any key ultimates, whereas Arrow have the Seekers. Right now, if Enigma try to contest, Arrow can just pop the Seekers and kill them before they retake.
I like how, as you did mention, that was a well-placed snake bot as well. And oh no, he does have to peek in. Wow, the confidence. Finally, Enigma, it just seems like they're so confident now out of nowhere. They have gained the confidence and the momentum back in their favor. This is a massive comeback being made as well. And this round is going to be really important for their momentum in general. But Enigma just strolling inside. They're able to find themselves a lot of kills. And it's just somehow, Arrow is completely falling apart. Darky in the end there tried to do some tickle damage. Was able to do so. But Badman shuts them down instantly. Another round in favor. In the defensive half, it just seems like Enigma has stepped themselves up. And they have a pedal to the metal.
I'm genuinely perplexed about why Arrow had these post plants. Why is... Okay, as soon as MSK dies, fair enough, he was holding the cubby. Why does another player go back into that cubby for Rexy to take down? They can just play in the Viper Spit or even play a shop, you know, for that matter, to try and leave the Viper Spit to be cleared out for just a single person. You can find a lot of value in the space denial the Viper Spit gives you by not holding the space. Rather, because you're not holding the space and the other team has to clear it, it wastes their time. So you can even hold a shop and it would have been decent. Instead, they hold very close angles and they get punished completely. And Enigma pick up a lead. Rafael's still on the operator.
No.
What's up being like, I will fly in anime style. Rafael will be like, sit down.
Huh, seems like you're a lot into anime, huh? I see.
No, actually I'm not. I just I know how much people are.
you just give a lot of anime examples, so I thought, okay, maybe you are a massive anime fan yourself.
Kind of.
But yeah, same thing, you know. I'm not really that much into anime. But yeah, let's get our head back into the game. Oh no, we just got into the anime discussion here. But yeah, getting back in the game here, that's a great tag. Gotcha on being tagged, but this also means they have a lot of map control for themselves. Seekers being out, this means a decent amount of info will be given away as well. A-side entrance has been pretty much denied through that Viper's Pit. I don't know how they're going to be finding themselves that entry. It got scanned in through, but Easy moves out in the nick of time. He might just get tagged up, and wow! These are some great spams coming in through from the side of Proda. He does manage to find that. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. Rafael utilizing his Blade Storm there. And oh no, Proda a little too unaware. Rafael's cracked aim. Is he going to be able to clutch the situation out? There's a massive chance he can, but he doesn't even need to show his skills, because Badman is there to kind of seal the deal.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it actually rhymed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god. Enigma now 10-8 and Arrow are just falling apart. They're not finding the success in finding small pockets of control the way you want to with a double initiator. they don't have the second duelist to try and help them entry, and what they also don't have is the basic like cipher to look the way Badman was able to. Because Enigma, the same issue. They don't have a second duelist to entry, but because of the fact that Badman was on the look, they always had some control on an opposing side of the map. They always had an option to lean back on if the side they were initially aggressing did not work out. And Arrow don't have that. They need to win in every part of the map they actually contest because they have the Sage. So I want to see a lot more execute stride from Arrow. You can use the Sage Wall to try and deny space and then play on the post lawns. Because right now, the slow style of play is only favoring Enigma because of that Cypher difference. They have control over an entire site that Cypher playing B anchor, while they get to stack up heavy on this A site and just leave this over to get mid-round information.
Oh, look at that. Again, trades happening back and forth. But Sub
Down A.
getting shut down as well. Raw Fuel is on fire. You guys are giving this man fuel to set himself on fire, and don't do this thing. If Raw Fuel's on fire, it's going to be impossible to stop. And look at the aggression with the classic. What? Stop it.
Remaining.
Well, finally he does get stopped here.
down A.
But Enigma now, the spike is being dropped. Arrow Gotchal was all the way back in the site. Vexy is there. He has his eyes everywhere. And the confidence. Oh boy. Oh, Raw Fuel. Just give this man fuel, which is blood. He just needs blood as fuel, and he will pretty much fire up.
Yeah, blood is raw fuel's raw fuel. What was that right click through the cloud burst though? Oh my god, Raw Fuel is nuts! Round after round, leading the charge, 20 kills to his name now, and most of these are just in the defense. I think he's picked up more than half of these, and he's going for now the
Oh my god,
Raw Fuel with the prediction, odd point, finds the first pick, the resurrection does instantly come through though, and Raw Fuel now trying to double dip in. Vexy with the Hunter's Fury causing the chaos, and Raw Fuel using perfect advantage, finds one, Butsop does take him down, but Badman is there to avenge him and will maintain the lead for Enigma here.
Raw Fuel is going crazy. Sheesh! We gotta say that. But Proda now. Our drone's out to scout the site out. Proda pretty much scouted the site out now. Oh, let's see. On the other hand, Darky's getting tagged up. Those are some great shock darts to deny, or at least buy some more breathing space and buy some more time. Badman's cam is there, making sure no one pushes in. Even if they do, they will get tagged up by the dart. And there's a massive chance they might just get spammed out. Now, I'm pretty sure the main kind of focus here is to get the spike plant down, and then they will probably try and play the post plant on the Hunter's Fury. But on the other hand, they're just not really able to get the plant down, and this is where Easy chimes in. He's able to strike in at the right moment where his team needed him the most, but it doesn't matter. Vexy's going to be the man who will pretty much shut both of them down, strike them down, and that's going to be it. Enigma getting another round, a massive comeback, and now we're off to a match point where Enigma needs one more round to win this map.
And Arrow just need one more round to feel good about themselves because they haven't won a single round in their attacking side. 8-4 was how the first half ended, and it's been 8-12 since then. Enigma just dominating on their defense. They haven't lost a single round. 8 rounds back to back, and the first few rounds, of course, a lot of team effort, but after the operator came online on Raw Fuel, the impact he's been able to create just insane. Now Arrow trying to get an execute through, but Enigma have the sneaker to retake. Arrow will set up the Viper's Pit and be able to get the spike down, but this should be a matter of simple retake for Enigma, especially because Badman is held on to more than half the side.
As you did mention, they have held on to more than half. Oh my god, this is going to be huge! This is going to be huge! Oh no, because of the wall. The wall's the saving grace here. The wall's the massive saving grace, but still finds one. He's getting tagged up by the Viper's Pit quite a lot. But hey, you have taken down the Viper. That means you have a lot much more visual now. Easy with a fantastic flank for the back guys. And walking around, he finds the second one as well. And wow, Easy! Just making it look so easy with that flank. God damn Easy.
Indeed, an easy win in the second half for Enigma Gaming. It looked a little shaky, a little dicey in the first half, but this is why, like, I repeatedly kept pointing out mistakes for Enigma rather than what Arrow was doing, right? Because it was a lot of that in the first half, in my opinion, where Enigma were continuously making this key errors, and Arrow were able to play fantabulously capitalizing on them. But hey, look at these are our alternate versions. And I mean, you can still get to hear our voice, but I guess it's their faces for now. But yeah, on my point, like as I was trying to say, I feel like the minute Enigma came onto the defense, there were no more errors to be made because Enigma is not a team that plays aggressively continuously. They're happy to just lay back and let the other team come to them. And that's when Arrow actually had to make the first move. They're like, oh wait, oh no, we did not plan for this.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, it just in the start, it really did seem like, Arrow are off to something. They might just be able to seal the deal on the breeze because the way they started was a flying start. But then later on, the way they flew, they just completely came down, in the same pace as well. They just got slammed down to the ground by Enigma. They're like, all right, guys, it's time to give you guys a reality check. Then Enigma completely just, dominates their way through. Rawfield, a man like Rawfield stepping in huge in those crucial moments. But yeah, even the other desk, right? I'm pretty sure at this point they're having the same discussion of how tables are flipped within a blink of an eye. In the second half, it just seemed like Enigma were just not giving away any rooms. They were just not giving away any rounds, back to back, getting those rounds in their hands, and then came down to a match point where they pretty much sealed the deal again. And on the upcoming map now, it's pretty much going to be really interesting because the upcoming map is going to be Haven, right? So I really wanted to see, like, as you did mention, the composition on the map of Haven from the side of Enigma is a little shaky. So on the other hand, this also means that Arrow has a little edge in the map of Haven. So what do you think? So what will happen in that map?
I agree 100%. Objectively, Arrow should have the edge, but when a player like Rawfield starts popping off, the guy will just play Fruit Ninja with Arrow's Dream, just knifing them out of existence, because we've seen insane rounds from him pulled out individually on Haven. He's already popped off on Breeze, so I think he's just going to carry on that momentum onto Haven. Composition or not, Rawfield will give no damn. He will be like, it's me versus Arrow. I'm going to do everything I possibly can to remove any hope that Arrow has of a matchup against EXO in the fight.
As you did mention, he will just slice and dice, to just like a Fruit Ninja. And Rawfield in general.
The fruits come up and then.
Yeah, I do understand. Fruit Ninja. I mean, I'm pretty sure at this point everyone has played it. But yeah, the way they played, without a doubt, it was just absolutely fantastic, And in the end, as I did mention in the start, it just looks so shaky. And Rawfield, he's fueled up now. It seems like they have been able to reset their mentality now in the game and going into the map of Haven. I'm personally I'm up for a lot of surprises here. I'm expecting some surprises being shown from the side of Enigma. But what do you personally think? Because Enigma, they do know their composition, or Haven is kind of on their weak side. So what do you expect? Are you expecting some surprises from their side, or are you just expecting some, just casual stroll?
I'm not expecting any big surprises, but I would be very happy if they did not play the Sage. Please do not play the Sage. It's just not a great composition. They played it against Arrow previously the last time these teams met in upper bracket round 2, and they barely managed to scrape a win. It was 13-11 in the favor of Enigma Gaming then. So you can only imagine what Arrow has prepared now, because they will be continuing on with the exact same composition, but the key difference, the MSK will be back on his favorite Astra, where he performs much, much better in general as compared to the Sage. So I just want to see Hika back on a normal pick. Like, if you are playing the Sage, then please have executes ready. We need to see Enigma Gaming going for executes.
Exactly. Taking a look at the team stats throughout that previous game, Protagonist, a man like Protagonist did seem kind of shut down. He wasn't really able to step up because Protagonist, we do know, I mean, the people who have watched the Pakistan pretty much qualifiers, they do know how good Protagonist is in general. When he gets fired up, he pretty much just lines up corpses. But on the other hand, though, a man like Rawfield is already just fired up. He has found himself the fuel, and he has been turned on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to give props to a player like Easy as well, because I felt like I threw a lot of criticism at the timing of the lineups, but barring that one thing, everything else was perfect. He had his Viper wall down to perfection. On their defense, Enigma was using the Viper wall from A, which covered not just A side, but A halls, as well as that tiny gap between the pillar and mid double doors, allowing them to take mid control through that as well. So knew his lineups, even had that one-way lineup for mid double door, which gave a lot of value to Enigma in the pistol. So a very crucial player for them in their success. We always talk about how important the Viper was. And while Darky did have a decent game, it felt like Darky was more of the follow-up, while while Easy was actually the true controller, and that's rarely something we get to see from Vipers. Usually they're more of the sentinel players, but you can see Easy's comfort with controllers in general. That's his role in the team, really showing in the way he plays his Viper.
Exactly. Now, in general, Viper, Easy, I gotta say, Easy has stepped in as well. I mean, throughout the day, he was kind of solid against EXO, but it seems like, as I did mention, they have gotten the time to actually reset their mentality and focus on a team like Aero. They're like, all right, guys, let's get back to the reality. We lost against EXO, but it's fine. We still have one more chance. There's so many chances given away. We still have one more chance to redeem ourselves back, and this is what they're doing. Now, the first map is in their hand. They only need one more map to seal the deal and move against EXO again. And I can already imagine if Enigma does manage to move it forward, I can already imagine the intensity that's about to build up anytime soon. But yeah, taking a look at Hika as well, it seems like he didn't really have a lot of impact when it comes to those kills, but he definitely had a lot of impact when it comes to utilizing those utilities in the right time. He was just conveying so much information, right? Right Seekers being used in the right nick of time, right Trailblazers being used. But yeah, what do you think so? Like, are you going to be seeing any curveballs being shown from the side of Hika on the map of Haven?
I have my fingers crossed. I hope it's an actual curveball and he picks up the Phoenix. He plays it on a scent as well. I see no reason to play the Sage over the Phoenix. Please, Hika, do it. But I think for now, we are ready to take a small break as we set up for map 2 of this lower bracket finals. We'll be back in a jiffy. Don't you go anywhere.
The strength of metal. The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on. power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. My name is Thea, and joining me is Necro on the desk as we bring for you the second matchup in the lower bracket finals between Team Enigma and Team Arrow. Map 1 was again a roller coaster, just like our first series, Necro. One team started off strong, but the other team just obliterated them in the second half and took the win. In this case, it was Enigma doing what was done to them to Team Arrow. So maybe Arrow going on to their own map pick of Haven will be able to pull off a comeback. What do you think?
Exactly. It was full of twists and turns without a doubt. But comeback. Without a doubt. I mean, in the map of Heaven, they are really good. I would say they do have an edge, but it just really comes down to how are they able to kind of, find their way through those edges, because up till now, things have been looking pretty shaky. And finally, that Enigma has managed to kind of find themselves a way to kind of reset their mentality. So I'm expecting Enigma to dominate their way through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that shows in our predictions as well. Most of us are expecting a 2-0 for Enigma. But I will mention that the last time Enigma and Arrow played in the upper bracket round 2, they played Haven. Enigma barely won that. 13-11 was the score. So it will be very close. It's just when man like Rafael start hitting heads there, well, there, Hika! Just
well, guess
play
what?
the Phoenix. Well, I'm gonna DM him after this. Be like, why do you guys play the stage so much? I demand an answer. I understand the power of the stage. It's just that it doesn't suit their style.
Power of the sage. I feel like he has been a really great duelist. I mean, he has been a good Phoenix in general, but he does like to go for that battle stage more. He likes to go with that safety cushion, Instead, he doesn't really want to go in completely, huge and be like, all right, I'm going to take Phoenix and I'm going to try to have the most impact. Instead, he goes for a little bit of safety cushion. With Sage, you can also help your teammates out, and also at the same time on the map of Heaven, you can pretty much wall the mid out as well. But still, I mean, I feel like walling mid out has been old-fashioned at this point.
Yeah, walling mid is really not the way you want to go. It's a good default to use when you are for the pistols, or when you're trying to just stack up the other sides in response to something they do, but it's not something you ever want to do as a default in buys. So in general, on Haven especially, you want to save that wall either for a garage wall, where you can do a late wall but still not be exposed to the vulnerability issue, because it's more of a diagonal wall where they can't break down all of the tiny wall boxes. I don't know what you call them, radionite wall parts of Sage. You can't break them down easily if they are diagonal. So the garage wall is a good option. But other than that, it's usually just more used reactively. Like you can use it in retakes, you can use it in once you've got control. But we'll see it in action right now as Enigma on the defense, Arrow on the attack. Butts up, also aggressive. Already taking
Oh my god,
the find handling that goes so easy. That's hard with from Easy.
No, I did not see that.
He's hoping that definitely. Like, please, that should not have shown on stream.
Yeah, please, observers. I'm pretty sure at this point he's literally praying. But yeah, getting back to as you didn't know what to call those little particles from that sage wall. You can call them radionite bricks, right? But hey, here we have Arrow. Well, it seems like they have managed to kind of dominate their way through again on the first pistol round. This is what the same thing happened previously as well. And Arrow, just the pedal to the metal. They're just so quick.
There were way too many bullet sounds in this round for it to be a pro match. It should be bullet hitting head, not bullet hitting wall. Come on, guys. What? The whips. Oh, of course, replay puts the salt on the wound. Game face moment for Easy.
Observers.
His face is completely embarrassed. That was a hard whip there, and it happened towards the end as well. But it's okay. It's okay. It's just one round. Enigma will go to the eco. And Arrow, I really like the fact that they're coming off strong on the second map. They had a really good start in the first. If they can get that again in the second map, I do think that they will have a much easier time on the defense on Haven against this stage composition for Enigma. Now Arrow just trying to force it in. Might not be the greatest of things because Enigma actually got for the read and stacked up C, but Arrow don't care because they just mow them down. Only Badman will pick up one as Arrow is good for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow, they have managed to kind of fight their way through and easily, just like Rockets, try and find their way. But Darky as well is there, who's finding an opening. Look at this, Godchild's down low. He only has 11 HP left in himself. Unfortunately, Sky cannot really heal herself, so that is a little problem. But it's fine. Godchild will get the plant down and okay, well, instead goes for the ult R first. He does realize, well, the round's pretty much secured. He doesn't really need to sweat a lot much more than he thinks he needs to. Spike being planted, the rotation is being made completely from the defending side. And Badman, I'm expecting him to go actually in Heaven first, but no, instead it seems like he's denying that Heaven entrance and directly going for that CT presence. But there's still 2 lads on the flank, and this might just flip the tables in the favor of Arrow.
Vector is there for Badman. Can do a little bit of damage.
Oh!
He's good for the flick as he takes down MSK, but Godchild with the instant trade will mean the second round picked up for Arrow, and with not too much loss. I think one of their players did go for the save, so only one weapon lost in general will mean that Enigma now, Arrow do still have a bonus, and Enigma will face that pressure where they have to not just win their buy next, but make sure they don't give over too much damage to Team Arrow in general. So let's see if Enigma is able to rally back, because we did see a shaky start from them in the first map even, but this is their map choice. This is Arrow's map choice, so every bit of momentum you can deny Arrow could be crucial to Enigma's success, and the same goes vice versa. Every bit of momentum the Arrow can steal away, it will get them on a cascading road to success and map 3. Now Arrow realized it is their bonus. They want to play those close range fights, so they're going hard in for this B side, but the wall is there. It buys them so much time. They don't check Hiccup, and when they do, they don't check Rafuel. The Sage and Jet bring them down to their knees, and Rafuel will just accentuate a little bit further, grab a bit of salt and put it on their feet.
Rafuel now. Again, I mean, the one last man is alive. It's going to be Darky all the way in mid. Making in, and yup, well, Arrow, final man has been taken out. Rafuel stepping huge in that previous round. 2-1 is scoreline, and finally seems like the momentum has been stopped. The buy round has been won by Enigma. And Rafuel, just as always, delivering on mark, and this was a great spray transfer coming in through from his side. And then in the end, yup, shut down Darky just like that. So, I mean, already, it seems like Enigma are making it look close. Instead, in the previous map, it did seem like Arrow was completely dominating their way through. But for now, Enigma is making it close. And look at that, Butsub just doesn't have any money, so he's probably just gonna be playing it on his Bladestorm.
Exactly, and on the other side, Enigma has plenty of money, so he needs
no.
big over the operator suit, but Hiccup once again with the curse of the whiff, the Haven curse of the whiff misses a lot, but Rafi will be like, you have no sweat, I got you back, finds one, and now with the help of the shock dart, Rota taken out as well. Rafi will get full lobby control, and Vexy shock darts are just perfect. Even tagged out, what's up right there?
Yeah, this did mention the shock darts are on point up till now. That's a great tag as well. Big man getting tagged. Oh no, actually, wasn't even able to find that tag. It was actually a whiff. What's up? Tried to connect it. Oh no, he got through a little pixel peek. Just takes him out the game. Darky being shut down as well. Arrow for now are getting strolled on completely. This was their buy round, and look at Rafuel. Oh my god, the confidence. I wish I saw this confidence against Ixo.
Definitely, right? Like we hope to see that, but we didn't get to. But it's okay because he is showing it now, and they are like starting to push back strong. The same for Arrow, though. Like this round particularly, trying to force A lobby that hard is not smart once you've already lost one player, because it puts you in a very precarious position if you do, even if you end up winning it, right? You can't actually go for the easy rotation, because while you're contesting A lobby that hard and you haven't even got control, the rest of the team, for the defenders, is taking the rest of the map. So Arrow have to be very careful about how long they maintain their presence in one particular area, but it seems like they really love this A lobby. They've got their Jet to dash in aggressively, but are taking a Suez control, now setting his team up as they look to go for the execute on the back of the Seekers that they have available.
Vexy now. He's ready with his owl drone. I really like how patient he's being as well, right? Even though Enigma is looking really good, they have a lot of confidence built in them. They're still taking things really slow, which I really like. They're not showing over aggression. They're not really showing overconfidence. 2-2 is the score. 2-2 is the scoreline. Looking absolutely fantastic up till now. Easy pretty much droning out, and he did not spot Easy. This is absolutely huge. This might just be absolutely huge. Easy, if they decide to actually go inside garage, this might just be absolutely huge. But the spike is leaning heavily towards the A side. It's actually in the underpass, and still Vexy comes out on top in that fight. But Whatstop is there to try things out. Raw Fuel going to be shutting down the push as well.
Left.
And Darky gets shut down, who was on the flank.
Not sure why Godchild decided to try peek at the Seekers. Had his util even could have pop flash and peek, but instead Dry Peaks gets punished and Enigma will pick up an easy round. A really nice start from Arrow, the way they took A Sewers and A long control and then doubled back, checked their flanks. We got some info towards the B and garage part of the map, getting to learn where the rest of Arrow is playing. Then, getting to learn where the rest of Enigma is playing. Then they just needed to go back to A, use their Seekers and try to get into side. They could have even used the Seekers down in mid to cause a fake and go back to A, but instead they used nothing. They walk in to the defensive sidelines that Enigma was holding patiently for so long, and Enigma pick up the win. Now, Arrow is able to afford the buy. The last was an eco, I believe. So, Enigma will still be at an equal footing, at least in terms of weaponry. But the confidence, the morale, definitely at a higher point for Enigma Gaming, and you can see it in their pushes. They got Raw Fuel into this A lobby aggressively, and because of this, Hika going to be able to rotate on, be able to support his Astra and KJ, while Raw Fuel just looks to cut off any possible rotations. Because Arrow, they certainly do love this A side.
Exactly. Definitely do love this A side. Up till now, things are taking calm from both these sides, but hey, a lot of map control has been gained already from the side of Enigma. Raw Fuel has managed to sneak in quite a lot. If he decides to strike in, but still the flank is being held. And Whatstop as well. Oh no, they move away. Raw Fuel, if you decide to actually flank now, this is the right time. And this is the right moment where you need to realize it's time to flank. That's a great slurp as well from Hika. Wow, I really like the presence of mind being shown from his side as well. He can actually try and wall this off as soon as he does hear that entrance coming in. He does finally hear those entries happening, but still Hika stepping in huge. And within a blink of an eye, they're down to that one less man alive. He uses the ball as well, just making sure, Godchild is having as much trouble as possible, just rubbing the salt on the wounds.
Yeah, very well played by Hika on that stage. They're slow up, buying so much time, forcing the Seekers out in a much more defensive position where they don't actually give you much information. As soon as they come out of the B entry, they start spreading out, but before they do, because the players are always holding those crossfire angles, they can just take them down, and all the information you get is, oh, there are a couple players on B. You knew that anyways, so the Seekers don't really give you exact notice the way they normally do inside executes, and that's because of that slow up, because they weren't able to get to the edge of the site entry and pop. The Seekers didn't have that surprise advantage. Now Arrow once again onto the eco, this time again just I think desperately looking for something as they switch their defaults, try to go on to the C side, but Easy is ready, spots them out, is not able to take one out, but does mean that he is stranded. So now going to set up the smoke and try to reposition himself. He's able to do so on platform, but not before he takes a bit more of damage.
Spike is still leaning heavily towards A and B side. We still don't really know what's their mindset though. It does, up till now what I'm seeing, it does seem like they actually want to hit the A side. Look at the angle being held from Vexy as well. The pixel peak, right? He's trying to find himself, so a tags. And if he does find a tag, that's going to be absolutely huge. The drone not really able to catch him or catch his presence there. Whiffs the tag completely. Godchild being spotted. That's a great find. Godchild being shut down. This time it seems like Godchild isn't really able to fire himself up. On the other hand, Vexy is stepping in huge inside this one. Individual peaks being taken will be punished. And God Vexy seems like, well, he just seems unstoppable up till now. He's trying to find another one as well, but Hika is there to try things out. Individual peaks, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happens when your team is not in sync.
Yeah, Vexy has a dope crosshair. It's really interesting. I've never seen it. Look at this. It's just a dot around a box. I haven't seen that before. So really cool. And so are his spray adjustments. Look at that. Third kill just instantly flicking onto Crota's head, taking him down, meaning Enigma controlling this map, controlling the momentum from 2-0 down now to 5-2. Arrow started off the map well, but since then they've only been stumbling, they've only been faltering, and Enigma are punishing them repeatedly. A timeout has been taken by at the attack with Team Arrow, pondering how they actually come out of this, and they need to, because if you end up giving a huge defensive advantage to this Sage composition, everything I was talking about with respect to its weakness on attack disappears. Because what a Sage composition really needs on the attack is time. They need time to build up defaults through executes, try to build up conditioning. Without that time is when they start looking very sketchy. But if they have a lead going into the second half, all they have is time.
Exactly. But now, again, I mean, taking a look at how, like, take a look at these side of faces, right? Take a look at their webcams as well. On the side of Arrow, they just seem so nervous, right? They seem like, oh no, this is completely falling apart. We need to find a way to, get it together. On the other hand, Enigma, all the players just seem like, laughing, having a good time, enjoying the game. This completely just shows that Enigma is pretty much not really showing a lot of efforts to stop the momentum of Arrow up till now. Enigma is able to do it pretty easily, and which is understandable in these kind of moments. But for now, Arrow again trying to find themselves an opening. And yes, as I did mention, they did find themselves an opening. So this is absolutely massive. Crota was able to find himself. Lockdown being invested as well. I'm hoping, or I'm expecting another side to be taken in their hands. Hunter's Fury being utilized as well from their side. So the side control is being found. C-side, he's able to sneak inside, but look at the crossfire setup coming in from the side of Enigma, and I'm pretty sure they're not really going to be expecting Batman to be there, and yes, they did not. MSK got caught off guard instantly. It's a 3-on-4 situation now. Man advantage looking huge on the side of Enigma. They line up, and Batman, of course, is not going to be falling shy to collect those kills, and he does with ease. But Godchild now will finally stop the momentum that Batman has inside this round. And now he's down to only 53 HP, was spamming through the wall, didn't find any connection, and Godchild, I'm pretty sure the call's been given away, but Hika, his eyes are just way too sharp, gonna be spotting Godchild, taking him out the game. 6-2 is the scoreline, and Enigma are winning rounds back-to-back.
Yeah, Arrow do well initially, mocking the aggression that Rafuel has shown us again and again down A long. He keeps liking to take A lobby control, so the fact that they mock him and take him down early is huge. But again, this is what I'm talking about. Their early moves are correct. They just seem to lose themselves mid-round, where they don't understand how they need to make the rotations work against the style of composition that Enigma has. Because what Enigma does is they maintain their positions throughout. It's not like a regular Haven comp where you can expect rotations from the defensive team. Because they have the Sage KJ anchoring on two opposite sides of the map, the Astra is just there to fill in wherever necessary, which means they will always maintain their positions except when the execute is going on. And Arrow are like, okay, we caused the presence towards A long, and now they'll rotate. Enigma just say no, and Arrow just refuse to accept that it's not going to happen. They need to commit where they get the early value. They need to push in where they start off. Otherwise, they're just going to end up playing into Enigma's hand every single time.
Garage control was being found from their side. A massive presence has been shown. And look at this double stack. Oh no, this out drone might just reveal a lot of intention. Yes, it does, but still Rafuel peeks out with confidence with his chest out. Hika's position, I'm pretty sure, has been compromised, but they still seem pretty... Navarre, and Hika strikes in. He manages to find one, gets traded out instantly by MSK. Rafuel now this time decides to back out, and look at this. A-side was pretty much stacked. Cosmic Divide being utilized as well, not really able to convert it into the second one, and through covering that hell through that Cosmic Divide, Vexy steps in Hughes, gets the revenge of his teammates, and another round being secured. 72 is the scoreline. Enigma just dominating it completely.
Replay, please, not of this shot, the third one, because that was nuts. Rafuel setting up initially very well, but look at this flick! Just perfect on Docky, and the reason I really like it is not even that mechanically flashy, it's just the timing on it has to be picture perfect. Even if you mistime it by a millisecond on how fast you can flick, then the opposition jet WhatsApp is going to dash in, he's going to take you out. Rafuel times it perfectly, is even able to back out in time for WhatsApp to come in, so it means he gets his value. And again, Rafuel does not disappoint, going for the aggressive garage peek, finds the first blood and collapses any hopes Arrow had of pulling through this round. Because while they have the ults, Arrow are running out of ways to actually execute with them. Now, Darky does take Raphael out, but this wall is delaying them for so long. The drone doesn't even get too much util. This is all up to Butsop to find some insane shots.
As I did mention, it's all up to Butsop to find some insane shots, and yes, he does. He manages to connect a right click, and what? He got, well, that was a great spray transfer. It seems like, well, I also got to start using the Phantom nowadays. It's just in the meta, man. Phantom's just so laser beam, precise, perfect, I would say. Well, that's a great deny to the recon as well. No info being collected. Proda, it's a one-on-one situation now. Proda versus Badman. Both these lads are feeling themselves up till now. But Proda does seem a little shut down. Maybe just needs a little bit more time. But on the other hand, Badman also does have a lockdown available. He might just use it right now, but I don't really feel like this is the right time to utilize it. Because in a 1v1, you don't want to make sure you're using any kind of your ultimates, at least to gain a little bit of advantage. It does make sense if things are faltering down for you, but Proda just played that so well, holding an off angle. Badman didn't really expect Proda to be in that angle, and Proda just peeks out and takes him down instantly.
Yeah, really nice round picked up for Team Arrow. Especially in this 1v2, the way Prota plays it is phenomenal because isolating the 1v1s is key, and he's able to do exactly that. Make sure that they counter it out, so then he gets to go for the full rotation through A link, pick up the spike, get it planted on A, and then holding the aggressive angle, understanding that Killjoy is unlikely to either set up her ult or a utility till she at least clears off the A link entrance. Like maybe once you clear off A link entrance, then you go back, set up your ult and go back, but till you clear off the entrance, you're not doing anything, and he's holding the entrance, understanding that that's the first move Badman is going to make. Able to catch him out, pick up the round. Now 7-3, and again it comes back to the idea that if you finish off this half 7-5 or even 8-4, is pretty decent considering the start, but it looks like Enigma is just pissed about losing that round. So aggressive, taking mid control with just pure gunfights. They found 2, and while Prota does answer back, it's still Enigma with the territory, and the territory that gives them the kills. Easy and Hiccup find 1 each, and Enigma right now just demolishing in this round. You've angered the beast almost.
Yeah, they have the resurrection. Oh no, Darky again. So many whiffs, man. Throughout the day, just so many whiffs from both these sides, actually, from even Arrow and Enigma. Even in the previous game, Enigma did seem like, quite sticky. We did see a lot of sticky moments. Oh, Raphael, though, this time he's not going to be missing those shots. Darky is down low. Raphael is down low as well, but it doesn't really... In the end, if you notice, Raphael was down low 30 HP, and Darky was down low 30 HP as well. So he was like, all right, same pinch.
Yeah. But it's not same pinch in terms of score lines because Enigma is running away with it. 8-3 right now, and look at this, just pure gunfights. Hika and Badman pushing in from mid and garage. They win a fight each and they get control of mid because of that. And even though the trades are coming through from Arrow, they get 1 and 2 back respectively, but Enigma is able to trade in kills in the middle, maintain their advantage because of the territory control they have. So Arrow, they need to be careful about how they approach this because they have this guy, but they're not actually making full use of it. They're not getting to some control that they want. Raphael, very uncharacteristic here, actually misses both of his shots and has to dash away, pop out his ult animation and come back for the peak. Now spotted by the drone, is gonna get hunted by the Hunter's Fury, but the tags missed. Instead, it's Vexy taking the brunt of it, and now Vexy gonna be like, I'm angry, how dare you? I'm gonna go for the peak. And
well, he does exactly that, but unfortunately he's down low now. Raphael, I mean, hey, we didn't really hear those voices, right? For those voice lines that last round before the half, this is what's going on right now. So, well, this is the final round here, and then Vexy just completely strolls in on... This is, as I did mention, this is the last round for the second half starts. The last round of the first half. Cosmic Divide being utilized as well. Just some rubbing salt on those injuries over and over again, even though they're winning. They're like, all right, this is the final time. This is the final round. We might as well use all of our ults, and this is what they did. Lockdown as well invested. Cosmic Divide being utilized as well. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Enigma just making sure the round comes through for them, and it certainly does. 9-3 as they finish off this first half in a triumphant fashion. And give me a bit of deja vu, because this is very close to the scoreline that we saw in the first map itself. And there was the other way around. Arrow took an 8-4 lead, and then Enigma were able to come back, win all of the rounds in the second half to win the map. I wonder if Arrow can do the same here, because yes, it still have to remember that Enigma are playing the stage KJ composition with a single duelist, which means they don't really have the easy form of entry the way a Flash like a Sky or a Phoenix or a Reyna provides, and they don't have a Jet and Raze double duelist combo that can just instantly double satchels, dash in and get the side. They need to play much more control. They need to win their gunfights. They need to take control and play on rotations. And Enigma usually are very good at doing that. So I will give them that. But let's see how it turns out, because it looks like Rafiel doesn't care a damn about the tactical nature. He just like, put me in the front and I will get you guys in.
Well, I mean, that's what he's doing. He's already like helping his teams to kind of get in there, and or Rafiel has already kind of found himself that entry. Badman was Wall just joining the fray. Arrow up till now is getting destroyed. Darky did try his best to kind of stop the flood, but that's not going to be enough. Proda there in the back lines. It's a 1-on-3 situation. Looks pretty tough for Proda. I don't know how is he going to be able to pull this off. Well, maybe just a miracle might just help. He also does have a recon dart, so that would help them. That would help him a little to make this retake happen, but not enough. In the end, he will have to, rely heavily on his raw aim. Don't get me wrong, Proda does have real good aim. He is one of those crispy lads as well, but it just really comes down to, are you going to get able to activate yourself in that right moment? And guess what? He's not.
Yeah, because the post plans are pristine from Enigma. They're holding just defensive angles. Especially with the Sage, it's a guarantee, because I don't think the wall was there in that round, but generally once you got the execute on, the hardest part about any Haven site is that it's got multiple entries. Like, for example, if you look at A, it's got 2 defensive entries, but the 2 attacking entries as well that you have to be scared about on retake. What that Sage wall does is it completely nullifies an angle entirely, and even though that doesn't sound like much, it actually gives you so much more agency to hold deeper angles. So that is definitely a big advantage. Look at this, Arrow actually going for a forced buy. They're putting their entire economy on the line here, and with it carries the stakes of their VCC life. Rafiel punishes them, beams Darky down, and easy with another clean headshot for Godchild. He'll pick up a double, but WhatsApp will be the last man standing. He finds Hika, and now it's a 1v2 as Arrow are left in the lurch. Badman will pick up the spike, go for the full rotation down at C, and WhatsApp, he needs to get into be quick, recover a Spectre, and try to pull off this 1v2.
Yeah, well, out of nowhere now, it seems like, well, we have Enigma pretty much with a man advantage, and that fight, pretty much a brawl breaking down in the B side. Oh my god, I gotta say, so many gunshots we heard, right? So many people just were left out in that initial fight. Now, it's all down to that 1v2 clutch. Arrow has a lot of pressure on them, but Stop gets dinked out, and oh no, yep. You already can tell, CA getting a little troubled out there, because that dink was absolutely huge. And Badman, hey, he's dancing, he's having a great time, misses a lot of shots, but hey, fine, it doesn't matter, right? He knows Buttop's down low. All he needs to do is connect one bullet, and that's what he does. Connects that crucial bullet, gets another round in his hands. 11-3 is the scoreline. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 more rounds needed for a team like Enigma to seal the deal against Arrow.
Yeah. 2 more rounds to pick up the map and the series for Enigma Gaming, and I have to give props to Arrow for the confidence to try that, but this is what happens. Now you can't go for the eco. You have to again go for the first buy, when you got 3 Spectres, a Bulldog, and a Guardian with 4 light shields. So Arrow in an almost impossible spot where pulling off a comeback now is looking more unlikely than ever. But look at this, Batsa very aggressive, using the pressure from Godchild to push in. He finds one, and while he gets traded out, Godchild is good for the trade for his team, finds one for himself, and MSK now moving in aggressively. Arrow coming online as they pick up kill after kill, make it a 2v4, and even with the broken economy, keep their hopes alive.
Exactly, as you did mention, even with the broken economy, well, they're trying their best to kind of keep the hopes alive. It's a 4-on-2 situation. Arrow trying their best to hang on to the cliff. They're trying their best to grip it as well as possible. But, I mean, Enigma is just making their kind of path so tough. And now Proda needs to move in through that little kind of thing. And he does have the Cloudburst out as well. From the heaven, he's trying to strike in. Cloudburst out again to kind of provide Rafiel that cover.
Oh, no, wait, oh my god, what?
No! You can't, you got to be kidding me. How? How? How?
Point.
Bro, no.
How?
Oh my god.
How this happened? Those 2 end kills with a classic burst.
Okay, so we need to talk about this. So this first kill is perfect. The second expects the jump down, and then this cloud burst while he jumps around is huge. Comes out exactly, times the timing where his flash is going out perfectly to get the right click burst, and then dances his way to the win. Raw Fuel with an insane 4K clutch. Next map and series point for Enigma Gaming, and with that, the hopes have surely been dashed. The dreams have surely been ruined. The opportunities, oh, they will be ruined because Enigma Gaming are looking to set the revenge date with Team XO. And Arrow, they just look like basically roadkill at this point, just left aside.
You should run.
Oh my god, that previous clutch has gotten me a little shaken. That has gotten me a little stunned. But hey, wait, what? Arrow might just be able to pull it off. Hey, Arrow might just be able to pull it off. But no, it's a 2-on-2 situation because of the lockdown. They will have to move back. And no, at this point, both of them are detained. And no, what? Go kill them! Kill them, please! Instead, they don't really do that. All right, well, instead, they're going to let them survive for another day. They want a fair and square competition.
This is the safer option, definitely. What's up going for the double out drop, gets heard out and pre-fired on and gets taken down very low. The Seekers are online, they need to use it. Gotcha dies before he can get it, and
what?
What's up taken down.
Oh my god!
A crucial error in the last moment by Arrow, and Enigma punish them hard. They pick up the win and they set the date against Team XO for the final spot in the VCC playoffs, for the final chance in getting to the top tier, the cream of the crop of South Asia. Enigma Gaming will be facing off against Team XO.
Again, at this point, I would call it the classic, you know? It just has been Enigma versus XO throughout. In the semifinals, we did see that, or in the upper brackets, we see this happening again. And in the finals, again, now, Enigma, you have another chance to prove yourself against XO. And, I mean, yeah, this is absolutely huge. But, yeah, talking about that previous 2 maps, it was just a complete single-handed domination. I don't even know what to point out because there's a lot of mistakes being made from both these sides, I would say. But there's a little bit more kind of, I would say, confidence was lost in the second map completely from the side of Arrow. And I feel like that's the main kind of key, or that's the main kind of thing. That's why Arrow lost the second round in second map with such a massive difference. But what else do you think? What kind of seemed let loose from the side of Arrow?
I think it was just a loss of confidence. I agree in the second map, and in the first map, it just felt like, again, the fact that they changed the composition possibly affected their defaults, because on attack they were lost. They were completely lost. Did not look like an Arrow that we had seen all the way back to Q1, where they looked really good on Breeze. This time they just look like, we don't know what we're doing, and I don't understand why, because the Sage actually complements their style so well. They could have played for Executes. Similarly on Haven, like their entire idea when we saw Jivix in this composition, it was double initiator. The idea was that Godchild could play the Battle Sky and Jivix would play Playmaker with Protagonist, but we never saw that with WhatsApp and Protagonist. Instead, WhatsApp was relying on Godchild, and it felt like Godchild's fragging department limited because of that, because he was playing support to the WhatsApp Jet, and it meant that Godchild wasn't actually able to play Battle Sky the way he was doing on Breeze and the way he was popping off.
Exactly, as you did beautifully pointed out, it just really seemed like Godchild had a lot of things, or had a lot of burden on his shoulder. That's why Godchild, in the first kind of half, in the first map, it did seem kind of a lot, you know, like he was showcasing a lot of skills, right? And then later on, he just kind of faltered down because he did know later on he had to kind of help his teammates out as well. And all the momentum just seemed kind of slipped out. And of course, in the second game, their mentality was just completely shattered. Let's be honest, the mentality was just shattered after the I would say comeback that was made from the side of Enigma. In the second kind of map there, their mentality was completely shattered, and this is what Enigma realized, right? Because Enigma were able to kind of find out that, okay, we are able to reset our mindsets. On the other hand, if Arrow want to do so, it's pretty much next to impossible. So Arrow, with shattered mindset, entered the map of Heaven and got completely shattered again.
Yeah, exactly. Enigma just rolling over Arrow as they set up a revenge matchup against XO. But at this point, XO are feeling hella confident because they've beaten Enigma twice now. And they'll be looking to make this the third. I mean, maybe third time's the charm for Enigma. You never know. Like, I don't know.
But I mean, look. Now this also brings us back to the convo that we were having against Global versus Velocity, right? I mean, Global versus Velocity. I mean, I feel like Global have been winning against Velocity since a longer time in the past, but then Velocity just strikes in the key time, in the key moment. This might just happen over here as well. Enigma just strikes in the key moment, wins the finals of the Wildcard, and just moves in forward. But the reality, or if you talk about the tactical analysis of both the teams, of course, EXO have an edge because they have won against them back-to-back twice, and at the same time, it's not really a lot of difference, right? There's not really a lot of gap or a lot of days difference. So I'm personally not really expecting any curveballs being thrown from the side of Enigma to actually try and catch EXO off guard because they just don't have a lot of time to think about it, right? They just don't have a lot of time to, even if they make those changes, they just cannot really implement it in the game because they just don't really have a lot of time.
Phoenix on Haven, please, Enigma. No more stage. Don't get me wrong, Hiccup played beautifully on this map. He did everything the stage was supposed to do. It just still felt like they were so limited in what they could do. Of course, they did not have to dig that deep because they were just winning on the basic defaults and the basic gunfights. Rafiel, you can see 20 kills to his name, 7 first bloods. Like, in 16 rounds, the fact that he was able to pick up almost half the first bloods shows that he was just continuously dominating them. And I think that did end up being the biggest difference where Enigma didn't really have to dig deep. So
look at Easy.
Anything, yeah, 10 assists, right? Like just the Astra to perfection. He did his job.
He just didn't need to do anything with only 6 kills, dude. He's like, all right, my team's
C
doing
and Q and R and X a lot.
And then later on, he wasn't even doing that. He was like, all right, my team's single-handedly doing all the things. I don't need to do anything. I can just sit back, relax, and just enjoy at this point. And this is what Easy did throughout the game. On the other hand, I mean, WhatsApp protagonist, Gotcha, they tried their best, but they were just getting shut down over and over and over and over, and they were just getting absolutely demolished. It just seemed like Enigma was smurfing their way through.
Yeah, exactly. It just felt like a lot of key components from Arrow were missing. The lurks from MSK, even Darky's crucial post plants, him dying that early, Gottschalk's pop flashes, none of these were something we got to see. Even protagonist for that matter, we didn't actually get to see him leading the charge, playmaking the way he always does. It felt like it was much more of an individualistic thing where every round they're like, oh, okay, fine, maybe let's try this. Oh, okay, fine, maybe let's try that. There was no actual proper flow to the different strategies they were trying out. There's no actual concurrent logic that, hey, that didn't work out for this and that's why we should try out that. That never happened and always looked like Arrow was just trying to shoot an arrow in the dark and hope it hit.
Yeah, exactly. Beautifully pointed out there. And yeah, I feel like we were just not really seeing those, proper executes or those proper defaults being set from the side of Arrow, right? The way we didn't see that classic game coming in through. And I feel like this has a massive kind of thing behind mentality, right? They just weren't in the right mindset. They just were completely shattered. And they didn't want it to make those flanks happen. They didn't want it to make those lurks happen because, of course, they just don't want to risk their lives. They want to stay alive for as long as possible and try their best to kind of flip the tables. But in the end, just because of lack of confidence, Arrow just seemed so weak on the map of Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see MVP of the best 3 rightfully so popped off in Breeze, and then that clutch on Haven is just enough. Even if he only got the kills that he got in that one clutch, the 4K, I would give him MVP because that was so nuts from Rafiel. 331 ACS across the 2 games, and Rafiel is definitely prime. Like, he is ready to have another go at EXO. His performances have only gotten better, so I'm sure we can expect it to get better tomorrow as well. It's just a matter of will the entire team show up, because I feel like Enigma is that sort of team where if they all show up, they look like the best in the world. But there are certain days where a couple players don't show up, and because of their style, because of the necessity their style has, which requires a ton of coordination and synergy, it just looks like they're all over the place. So those extremes can be difficult to navigate, but if they can turn up at the right moment, at the right time, they can take it all.
Yeah, without a doubt, they can definitely take it all. And on the other hand now, I'm hoping for Enigma to have learned from their mistakes again. Now, this is their final chance Enigma, your final chance to prove your worth, to know that you are one of the best out there as well in the India region. This is the final chance. I mean, we already do know you guys are one of the best, but if you want to prove it again, if you want to make your mark on the best of the best, you need to win these finals against XO. On the other hand, XO as well is a fantastic team, so I'm expecting tomorrow to be even closer than it was today. I mean, today it wasn't even that closer, right? It was a 2-0. So I mean, yeah, getting back to the player comparison now, we have Rawfuel against Buttstop. I mean, Rawfuel is just miles away.
Yeah, and what I really like is that technically both of these players have played the same number of tournaments, where Buttstop didn't play Q2 and Rawfuel didn't play Q1. So it matches up how many matches they played overall. And as you said, Rawfuel is miles apart. 38 first bloods to 17 is the biggest difference for me, because kills is fine, like if you don't get as many kills, but 21 more than double the first bloods Buttstop has. You can see Rawfuel takes his job of finding that first engagement very seriously.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what you're really supposed to do, right? Especially when you are playing the J. You need to be the one to take those risky peeks because you have the dash, right? I mean, even if you're not really able to kind of find yourself that kill, this is what really gives an advantage to a character like Jet, to an agent like Jet, that you have a room for mistakes, but that's going to be only one room. If you're not really able to find that crucial shot, you can dash out, but then later on, you need to make sure you're at least, you're like creme de la crop, like you're the best of the best out there. If you're not really going to be hitting your shots even after that, then you have no other room. You still do have those cloud bursts, but I feel like they're not heavily reliant.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see if Rawfuel is able to maintain this same level of performance tomorrow, because now it's everything on the line for Rawfuel and Enigma. He's come in halfway in the middle of VCC to replace Ghost, and he's done beautifully so. Has effectively a grudge match against his former teammate tomorrow, as only one team will actually get to take away. It'll either be Ghost having made the biggest five-head move of all time, getting over to the right side before VCC qualifiers, and or Rawfuel just being like, thank you for making the spot for me, Ghost. See you never as I make my way into VCC playoffs.
Exactly. The battle of emotions is what it's going to be tomorrow, without a doubt, because I'm pretty sure EXO as well has a lot on the line. On the other hand, Enigma as well has a lot on the line. Both of these teams have been playing to the mark. Both of these teams have been trying their best to get to the stage they have gotten up till now. I don't really know what to expect tomorrow. I mean, throughout now, what we have seen, is that pretty much Enigma getting destroyed by the side of EXO. But tomorrow, again, I'm expecting Enigma to pretty much just work hard. Honestly, just work hard. Watch the entire replay, how you guys played. Try and figure out how things were really falling apart. In the first half, you guys were looking great on the first map, and then later on, things just slipped apart from your hands because EXO won back-to-back rounds. You need to find out how they won those back-to-back rounds and what was the main key or what was the main mistake that was being made. But yeah, what do you have to say about this, CA? Oh, take a look at the brackets of the wildcard as well.
I mean, I just wanted to say that props to be given to Arrow as well. They made two finals. They made it to the third spot in the Wildcard qualifier. They were always at the very edge, just not able to push it through. And yes, that sucks, but at the same time, it should give you the motivation to work for the next iteration of such a tournament like this, where the next opportunity where South Asia gets a spot in the international calendar, Arrow can come back. They'll be like, you know what, we learned from the VCC and we're going to come back stronger in the next time because we were just one step away from making it through. Next time, we just need to take that one step forward.
As you did mention, they have learned from the VCC. They were just one step away, and now they will need to learn. Again, it's fine. I have been mentioning this over and over again, no matter what kind of game it is. Like, you also have a lot of experience, especially when you play this kind of a tournament. If you do have that kind of an experience, imagine you're already miles away from a lot of teams that are upcoming.
Yeah. Definitely, like the exposure of even facing off against Indian teams for Arrow is a big deal because now they get to understand the difference in the Pakistani style of gameplay, the teams they've regularly faced, and the Indian style of gameplay. They get to use this experience and move forward. This was just our first taste of international action and mostly limited to 2 regions. Coming up next week, we have an entire full plethora of countries and regions ready to just give it their all. So it's going to be very exciting. But before that, before that, we still have to decide which team will take the final spot in the VCC playoffs, if it will be Enigma Gaming and Team XO. And bringing back the conversation to that, I think it's going to be very exciting to watch how the map Veto goes through, because Enigma surely have to understand. But I think that's the end of the day for today. We will be back with finals tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe and get the notification bell off, because you don't want to miss a single second of that. Bye-bye. भाई कॉल दोगे तो